Oof. Hey, everybody. I'm here. Hello. How are we all doing today? Ooh, we're doing Riftbound. Ooh, very exciting. Yeah. Hope everybody's having a good day today. We're going to be messing around, making a Riftbound deck. Because I haven't figured out what I'm playing in my my Ahri setup this set, and the set is released. I gotta have a deck together by Saturday. So I thought it would be fun to actually just do it here live on stream, or I just kind of go through the cards, figure out what I'm playing, and kind of explain some of my choices and why we're doing things. So I've already picked basically the cards we're not really needing to change. We got Ahri, we got our runes, but pretty much everything else is up in the air. I do not really have a clear idea yet of what I want our strategy to be this time. So gotta figure that out on top of everything else. Mess with the music a little bit. I'm gonna adjust it over here. It's a little quieter for me. Hopefully it's good on that side too. But yeah, so we're gonna go through here. We're gonna start picking cards for our Ahri deck. I think, very excitingly, we are going to be mixing up some things, like putting green Ahri back in our champion zone. And I'm actually going to be picking our cards we actually own. But I'm thinking that we're going to be trying to go back to a very, very hold-oriented strategy. And I think some of the new decks we're going to be seeing... Yeah, Spider Zone. Spider Time. The Rise. I even called this deck Spider Ahri Artemis. But yeah. So we're gonna first do a pass of units that are absolutely staying in the deck. And that is going to be our 3 Sonas. Oh, nice. I'm curious to see what you whip up. Yeah, we're gonna go through it right now. We're gonna figure this out, but we're definitely running the 3 Sonas. They're not going anywhere. I think the Sonas are gonna be so important to us being able to summon Vilemaw at all. I think the fact that the Sonas refresh our runes at the end of the turn is basically going to let us spend in... So we need to hold 8 runes open for Vilemaw. And I think that those 8 runes are really going to be on the back of the spider doing the work for us. Or the 8 runes are going to be on the Sonas doing the work so that we can actually play the spiders. So we want Sonas in for sure. We've been running Eager Apprentices, which are, while I'm at a battlefield, the energy cost for spells you play is reduced by 1 to a minimum of 1. And I'm not sure if we're going to keep playing this guy, actually. I think his strategy is very good. I'm also not sure we're keeping the Raven Blooms. We're not... There's a lot in the air. We're gonna click on some of these cards right now just while I think about kind of what strategy I want to do, because these guys might come back. The Lecturing Yordles, they might be back. We're gonna probably want to run some blue Ahris. We're gonna consider the Lonely Poros again. I think we're going hard in on the Stellacorns. I think, and yeah, she's such a good card. But I think we might be at the dawn of a very Stellacorn oriented Ahri deck. I have not played a lot of Stellacorns, but 2 of the new battlefields are like the most disgusting Stellacorn thing I've ever seen in my life. And so I think any green deck is gonna want to be playing Stellacorns now. And hey, Luffy, I think any green deck wanted to be playing Stellacorns, but I really think it's gonna get way worse now than it was before. Amateur Recital is one of them, and Star Spring is the other one. Let's keep going with the units for now. But Star Spring, if you have never read it, Artemis, is actually the other thing that I think is going to cause big Stellacorn problems. Because Star Spring says something like, when you play a unit here, you may move one of your other units here back to your base. So you can go Stellacorn in to draw a card, conquer battlefield, play any unit at the battlefield, move Stellacorn back to base, draw a second card. And so, double Stellacorn efficiency off of one battlefield for dropping a unit on it is insane. So you'll have Amateur Recital doing Stellacorn moving in one game, and you'll have Star Spring doing Stellacorn moving in the other one. So you have 2 Stellacorn moving battlefields, and I think that's disgusting, actually. I think it's truly foul. But yeah, how you doing, Luffy? I hope you're having a good day. How have you been? Since I'm not sure you've really seen us before doing this, Luffy, we play some Riftbound on this channel, which is a League of Legends based card game. And so a new set of cards have come out, and I'm trying to figure out what we're going to be playing for the next couple months. Okay, so then the other things I think are definitely, so I think Scuttle Crabs are in, Namis are in, maybe the Wild Claw, and definitely that spider. Working, just finished watching the artist who made the banner for my YouTube channel playing Pokemon Fire. That's fun. Very exciting. Do you like Pokemon games, Luffy? I have not played one in a long time. Not since the original 3 generations of Pokemon games. And yeah, Artemis, here's Hui, Mr. Hui. I think one of the only blue cards from the new set that I would actually consider playing. I actually don't think the blue cards are very good this time. I think so many of them are giga niche. I actually think Visionary's bad. I think Fate Weaver is bad. I think Iceveil Archer is bad. Ruin Rex, I think, is bad. Spectral Centaur is bad. Chakram Dancer's pretty decent. Dustwalker, I think, is bad. I did struggle to find blues for my Lilia deck, other than I wanted Hui there. Yeah, I think that you're bringing... I think you're only really bringing blues from the older sets for the Lilia deck, because I think there are a lot of good blues for but not this set. Petal Pixie exists, but I don't think it's good. I think I could see something, but frankly, I kind of think this card might be bad. I'm not really sure. Because how many units are you... This thing is only ever going to be like a 3 to maybe a 4 if you get 2 other temps? Which seems kind of hard to do. Soul Shepherd is bad. But it might be good in Lilia. That's actually where this is probably good, because making every one of your sprites a 4 is actually good. So this thing could just like sit in your base and buff all your other units, because it doesn't even say like tokens here. It says all your token units have +1. And then you say, the only one I've played is Pokemon Go. I've liked the movies I've seen, but I mostly watch Bean, the artist, play. List is Porter. That's fun. We love doing that, though. This other exciting person in chat is my brother and channel artist. Ooh, very exciting. Let's go. But yeah, so I think Soul Shepherd is good, but like niche. I think this Diana unit is questionable. I gotta see how many sprites I can actually ever get out at once as I load. I also loaded a bunch of sprite generating stuff in. Yeah. I think like one of the cards that you would really want to consider, might not be obvious, is I think this Aspiring Engineer might actually be pretty good. Because I think this card being able to fish back Sprite Fountain from your trash is surprisingly good. But yeah, I think your better blue units are in the old sets. This isn't Minecrafter. No, it isn't Weedle. I'm trying to figure out what I'm playing this set for Ahri. Fixing up my deck. Very nice art. And yay, Blue Sky, not the platform formerly known as Twitter. Yeah, get us out of the Twitter pits. Left a long time ago, though. Yeah, Weedle, I'm going through figuring out what cards I even want to play in Ahri this set, because I am always going to keep updating my Ahri deck until they rotate her out. But yeah, so I think this Diana unit, I don't think it's good. Maybe it's okay. Because it's draw, but it's draw paying 1. I think it's good in the Diana deck, if only because you always get that 1 for her legend ability. But I don't know if other decks would want to play this. Hui, I think, is actually really good. Hui, I think, is definitely a card that many decks would consider playing because he just lets you filter through stuff. And I think he can get pretty big randomly. The fact that they made him +3 if you pitch a unit is so good. If they'd made it 2, I'd be like, that's questionable. But they made it 3, and I'm like, oh, that's really good. That's kind of crazy. Because that puts him at an 8, which runs over so much stuff. Wait, so fun. I'm really excited. Whenever they release his legend card, yeah, I'm excited too. Keeper of Masks. I love this art. This was a Legends of Runeterra card. I don't remember what it did in Legends of Runeterra, but it was a cool looking card. Terrible in this game. Terrible. I don't know why you want this. Yeah, I don't get that one. Okay. Lilia. Have you ever played Inscription? No, I haven't. I honestly don't think I even know what that is. So I'd love to hear an explanation. And if you've played it, Leafy. Blue Lilia. I think Blue Lilia is actually very good. I think this is maybe the main chosen champion of the Lilia decks. Green is good, but it's expensive. This card is does an interesting thing, creates more sprites. What an interesting card. Sprite Queen. Sprite Queen is good, I think. It's probably a little too expensive to be played anywhere other than Lilia. But once you get these on the field, this starts to get overwhelming. Zillion. This guy sure exists. I haven't really read this guy. Once a turn, if you play a token unit while I'm at a battlefield, you may play that token and an additional copy of it instead. Interesting. Zillion's weird. I guess you could combo him in an interesting way in Lilia. But the fact that you already need the battlefield... I don't know, this is a weird guy. Actually, I'm not sure about this guy. The big problem is here, I think this reads like a win more card. By the time you have a battlefield that you control so well, you're just like sitting with this on that battlefield. Like you're winning. That's cool. If he did this while he wasn't at a battlefield, then he'd be giga good. Probably why they didn't do that. I'm glad I wasn't being uncharitable in my Zillion overview. Lol. Yeah, the fact that he has to stay at the battlefield is kind of hard here. It's interesting. His costs, for the fact that you recycle a rune, he's 5 for 5. I guess that's fine. But you're really not going to get a lot of use out of this, I think. Blue Sentinel. Shield 2, when your hold effects here trigger an additional time. When I hold, add 1 power at the start of your next main phase. It's a weird guy. I could see this guy actually being useful in certain strategies, but the fact that he's another hold guy, this is another win more card, because by the time you're like actually maintaining this thing on a field, hold effects I think are rare, so the fact that you get... Basically what his card reads is, when I hold, add 2 power at the start of your next main phase, which is crazy. It's really good. But like, you draw this guy when you're behind. And like, what are you doing with this thing? Compared to our Sonas, which are also like, but the Sonas are giving us 4 ready runes for our opponent's turn. This guy's giving us 2 recycle for our turn, which is good, but you're not always going to be using 2 recycle on your own turn. You have to hold the battlefield versus the Sona just has to be at the battlefield. So he's a little bit of a win more card too. He's good, don't get me wrong, he's good, but he's win more. Jin, interesting card. I actually really like this card because he gives vision, but if you spent 4 or more to play a spell this turn, you may play me for 1 power. I actually think this is really interesting. I actually think this is underratedly good because if you play 1 5-cost spell that has no power, I'm thinking Falling Comet. You play Falling Comet, you can recycle up to 3 runes to just immediately dump 3 of this idiot out of your hand onto the field. That's like surprisingly good because you blow up something and then you just drop 12 Might of Djinns if you had them. You could drop 1, you could drop 2 of them, depending on what you've got in hand. I think these guys are actually pretty good. Like, you never want to be paying 4 for this. But I just think that this is potentially a bizarre... Yeah, suddenly Djinns. Suddenly you could just drop these for a thing you already wanted to be doing. So I think this guy might be good enough to play in a lot of decks, actually. Any of the Spellslinger decks, I think this guy is good. We got this LeBlanc. I think... Tragically for you, Artemis, this LeBlanc, you probably actually want these LeBlancs for Lilia, too. I think these LeBlancs are really, really fucking good. Actually foul card. Your temporary effects at my battlefield don't trigger. So this would just let you like Giga Sprite yourself in the most like nasty way. If you ever get this and the green Lilia on board, that's like insane value there, because you're just going to be building all these like tank sprites and like no fun allowed. Absolutely hilarious. Shadow. We're not playing Shadow because we can't, because he's the Vex signature, but Shadow exists. Yeah, damn, that's crazy. Not the buff sprites rolling up. Yeah, I think these are just nasty. Just sprites that never die for their temporary triggers. Because then if any of them survive, they make playing more sprites with your Lilia power just cheaper. So you're going to be like tapping Lilia. If suppose you start to run away with the game, you're going to be tapping Lilia for 1-cost sprite units. If this LeBlanc is sitting on a battlefield with other sprites that she's not letting die. And I think that's quite nasty. And that card is expensive. I'm not shocked. Let's go look at that LeBlanc, actually. I want to see, how much is that LeBlanc? LeBlanc in Riftbound. LeBlanc. Okay, the LeBlancs are down in price, finally. So that's not bad at all. That's what I love about this set, honestly. The LeBlancs have gotten cheap, so if you need to put 3 LeBlancs in your Lilia deck, Artemis, you don't even have to worry about the price, because it's less than $10 of LeBlancs compared to like any other epic you needed 3 of in the last set. And see, like Mirror Image is actually $30 still. So like, that's nasty. Luckily, I already have 3 of these. Yeah, I love actually being able to buy cards. It's crazy. So I'm glad I already got my 3 mirror images, so now I can actually just get a LeBlanc. Or get however many LeBlancs I need. Because that vendor that I was buying some cards from, the rares I was missing from earlier, Artemis, they also had LeBlancs, and so I got 3 of the yellow LeBlanc. Then I just need to get some of these blue ones. And then I'll be LeBlanc decked out. And I don't even want the alt art here. The alt is a cool skin, it's Coven. But look, this default is so sick. I love the art for this card. I love the default way more than the alt art. But yeah, like I was saying, Shadow exists. I think Shadow's weird, and I think he's bad, actually. I think maybe Shadow is actually really designed with Purple Vex in mind. I actually think if you have Purple Vex, not the new Purple Vex, but the old Purple Vex, then I think Shadow might actually be good if Purple Vex can just sit on the field and cause this to be basically free. Shadow stun. And then the last unit is Daisy, who I think is terrible. I think Daisy is hot garbage. Actually, I enter ready, reduce my cost by 1 for each of the following tags among your units: bird, cat, dog, and Poro. And when I attack while your units have all 4 tags, stun an enemy unit here. Terrible! Why did they make the stun conditional? I get the cost going down for the Poro, bird, cat, dog, Poro. That's cool. But the fact that the stun needs you to have bird, cat, dog, Poro, unplayable. Terrible card. I actually don't know why they did this to Daisy. But it's utter garbage, in my opinion. I don't think Ivern decks are even going to want to play this thing. Because that's awful. What are we doing here, guys? But yeah, so we got some units. Let's kind of like eyeball our units. Figure out what We have 15 individual units right now, so some stuff here is staying, some of it's getting cut. We're balancing our numbers. So, actually, let's do our spells first. Let's go through and do our spells as well. So we kind of have a better idea of what we're doing. So spells from set 1. Set 1, giga good set. The green spells, nasty, a lot of them. So we're gonna consider Charm, consider Defy. I mean, we're including Defies. Who am I joking there? Find your center, Meditate, Discipline. Those are definitely in. Blue cards, maybe less blue cards from set 1. There's stuff I think we could consider, but we're gonna have to come back and look at some of it. Singularity is actually one that we'll definitely consider. Progress Day we consider. Oh, Luffy, sorry about that. It's a deck game with some twists. I haven't played it, but my husband has, and we watched Markiplier play it. Sorry about it. I definitely read it and then got super distracted. But yeah, that's cool. Deck game with some twists. I don't play it. Gotcha. That's cool though, but no, I've never heard of it. I assume if your husband plays it, that they enjoy it. Is it like a multiplayer card game or single player type, like versus a how would you even describe that? I guess versus AI is correct, but I know there are some games where you like deck build and you go against PvE opponents as opposed to PvPing each other. Yep, he has actually played it multiple times. It's single player. There's actually a character you play against. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, this Riftbound is a physical card game. We're just using this web thing to build our deck. I have to own all these cards I'm going to put into this thing, so that's partially going to limit our choices to some degree. Not that, again, with the prices being relatively decent, we can actually get a lot of the things we need, but that's pretty cool, though. This is my exciting group social activity since I am not a tabletop player, but I go weekly to my local card shop and we play. Foxfire! Foxfire exists! It's terrible! Wish it was okay. We're definitely not running it. Desert's Call, we're still gonna consider that. Feral, Thwonk we consider. Divide, I think we really are considering this time. Not So Fast is good. Frigid Touch we're gonna consider. Rocket Barrage we're probably gonna sideboard, but definitely consider. Back Off is 100% in. I think Flurry of Feathers possibly in. I think Tricksy Tentacles is possibly in. Skyward Strike is bad for us. Blue Spells, I think the blue spells are not good for us this time. Maybe Downstage Dramatics is playable, but that's only if we keep the Eager Apprentices. Because Downstage Dramatics would basically read 3 energy, draw 2. And then if we keep doing repeats, we play Mirai Spire. We can do draw 2 for 2, which would be really good. It would actually be really disgusting. But we'd only ever get that off in one game. So that's what's kind of difficult. Ah, sounds fun. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. Both my brother and I, we go on the weekends to play, and I started it about in October. And I've made a lot of friends doing it, so I'm really happy with it. But yeah, a lot of the blue spells, not really good for us. A lot of the set 3 spells are not great for us. Combat experience, give you this terrible, we're not doing XP things, get it out of here. I actually think it's just bad across the board. I think XP is bad. So I think this card's bad. Double Trouble is weird. I think it's bad. Mostly because sometimes you mill really good stuff you need, or you send it to the bottom. I guess when you desperately need units, but like, I don't know. I wish it discounted the units you found. There's the green spell from set 1 that lets you kind of do this effect where it's like look through 5, draw 1, but then it says if you play, like that unit costs 5 less to play. So like it helps you dig for the unit, but it also reduces the cost if you need to immediately play it. Because this doesn't do that. It can just eat your turn, maybe send good cards to the bottom. So I think it's just bad. Yeah, Double Trouble was not my friend in the first pre-rift. Yeah, so we're not playing that. Skyward Strike is bad charm for XP decks. That's, if you get to level 6, Stunning that's actually good. Then it becomes a good charm, but it requires you to be level 6, which is... I just don't think XP is good. We're not going to be generating XP, so that's not useful for us. Back off. Back off. Incredible card. I actually think this card is redonkulous. I think every green deck is going to play 3 of this. I think it's foul. Got so many lines of text. They're all good. Because you can hide it if you need to. You can play it during showdowns. It stuns. And if you play it from hand, you draw 1. Crazy card. Very good. Love that for us. It's a Vex card too, to top it all off. Let's go. Like I said, Flurry of Feathers, I think this card is good, actually. I think this card beats Windwall for playability because it does 2 things. So it's a reaction speed counterspell that says choose 1, counter a spell, or play 4 1 might bird tokens with deflect. And I think one of the hardest parts about playing Windwall in set 1, because I played a lot of Windwall, one of the problems is Windwall is a dead brick in your hand if they never cast a spell you need to counter with it. And so it feels really bad to be holding on to this thing that you can't do anything else with, except maybe you're going to use it like a Defy and you're going to be sad because it's going to be the most expensive Defy of your life. Versus this card actually says, in an alternate reading, Flurry of Feathers says 4 for 2 energy, add 4 might to your battlefield. And that's actually good. Then it's both, either it's a +4 in like a bad situation where you need a +4, or it's a counter spell like Windwall. It only costs 1 more energy than Windwall did. So I actually think this card is good. Friendship, bad, but funny. Love the art for Friendship. Look at that weird little squirrel guy. Love that thing. Maybe one of my favorite arts of this set. Yeah, Luffy, this one is so cute. I agree. Love this little weird little squirrel guy. New set has some fun little beasts. It does. But it's terrible for us. Give a unit, choose a unit, give it +1 this turn for each of the following tags among your units: bird, cat, dog, Poro. This is an Ivern card. We're not running enough I think we are running maybe Poros. I don't think we run any cats. I don't think we maybe... I don't think we run any dogs. I actually see one cat. Alpha Wild Claw is a cat. We might run that. But terrible. Maybe if it said give the unit +1 and then a bonus +1 for each of the following tags, then it might be playable. But the fact that if you don't have any of these tags, it says give a unit +0 is garbage. Ridiculously garbage. Then we got Tricksy Tentacles. Tricksy Tentacles is weird charm. It's actually sometimes better charm, sometimes not, just a really expensive charm. This card, I think, is only playable when you have Vilemaw on board. I think this card plus Vilemaw is like horrific board wipe situation. Yeah, Artemis, you say, I like it. I like that you can move multiple guys. Yeah, and I think that's really interesting. I think it lets you chew up a bunch of small units. I think it lets you move a hold out of a battlefield if you can. It's just an interesting card. So we're going to consider it. Like I said, then we get into the blue spells. There are actually not a lot of blue spells. I didn't realize there are truly only 8 generic blue spells this set. So we looked at Dramatics. Dramatics is bad for us. Only if we were to keep the Eager Apprentices. Do I think that card's even playable? Because 4 costs to draw 2 is Garbo. Actual Garbo card at that state. Eclipse. Eclipse is interesting. This card I think is pretty playable actually. Because it's Smokescreen, but it's Smokescreen that doesn't recycle your runes. I think that might actually be good enough to play. Particularly because it's also Smokescreen that lets you look at the next card and decide if you want to keep it or not. So this one I think we consider. I think it might be one of the 2. No, I do think some of these blue cards are pretty good. I think some of them are terrible. This thing, terrible. Moonlight Affliction, hot garbage, insane card that they printed. I don't understand this thing. For 7 energy, give a unit -10 this turn. I think if this card was like... it's so ass. It's crazy. At least it doesn't have a recycle cost. That would have been crazy if it did. But this card I don't understand. It's like your whole turn. You could play Unchecked Power for this cost. That's deranged. I think this should have cost like maybe 5. I think if this card was 4 energy and said give a unit -7 this turn, that I think would have been playable. But not this. This thing's terrible. Sprite Burst. Sprite Burst is another card with amazing art. I love this art. I actually think this card is excellent. But this one is so cute, honestly. The Sprite cards, they really knocked it out with the Sprite cards this time. And look at those little guys. We're not gonna play this, but I think this is... I love Sprite Burst and Sprite Fountain, SM. Yeah, they're so good. They're so good. Love those guys. Excellent card, I think, too. 5 might, or it's 6 might for 5 energy. Plus, when you're playing Lilia, it's an automatic 2 reduction on your Lilia, like, tap. It's pretty good. For 7 energy. If you play this with no other sprites, you play this, you tap Lilia for 2, you get 9 might of sprites running out in 1 turn. That's pretty good. A lot of might. Turn to Dust. Give a gear temporary. I think this card is bad, but blue didn't have any other gear removal, so I guess blue has gear removal here. No, that's not true. We had Rocket Barrage, which I play. People don't like that card, but I play it because Rocket Barrage just says kill this gear right now. And so I'm like, yep, we should blow that guy up. This thing, the problem I have with it is that, so imagine that they play Aurora on their turn. Then this card, you get to play it on you. So on Aurora, they'll play Aurora, they'll drop a unit. Then your turn comes around, you'll play Turn to Dust, which is give a gear temporary. So yeah, I guess it works like Rocket. It's going to kill it the next time around. And it's relatively low commitment. So like, maybe this is actually playable. I suppose it's fine. But temporary gives them a chance to somehow save it if they can somehow bounce it, which I don't love, but I guess this is fine. It's actually better than I think it is, really thinking about like the turn by turn of how this would work. Because they would still only get off 1 Aurora thing before this kills it. And they've not given us any, like, reaction speed gear removal. Crescent Strike. I think Crescent Strike is actually pretty decent. Pretty decent removal, actually. We're not going to play it, but I could see Kaisa's actually playing this. Deadly Flourish. Terrible card. Actual garbage. It's just for the Jin deck, and it's bad. Do not play it. Don't do it to yourself. Because it's just Wages of Pain, but worse. It's Wages of Pain, but it's more expensive than Wages of Pain. And the only reason it's 4 is so that the Jin legend can see it instead of Wages. So, terrible card. Smoke and Mirrors. I think Smoke and Mirrors, really good, actually. I think any Lilia deck should be running 3 of these things. We're not going to, because we don't. But, like, imagine you move blue Lilia into a battlefield. You create a sprite behind. Then you can play this card to switch the 2 units and draw a card. So you move blue Lilia in, you create a sprite behind you, you play Smoke and Mirrors, you move blue Lilia back, and you switch it with the sprite that was in your base. Then blue Lilia creates another sprite behind at the battlefield that she left. So Lilia goes in, Smoke and Mirrors moves her out, so you end up with Lilia back in base, and 2 sprite tokens now at that battlefield, and you get to draw a card. Ridiculous. Actual disgusting value play from this thing. It's like turning your Lilia into a Stellacorn, except the Stellacorn is leaving 6 might behind it. Excellent spell. That picture looks familiar. Gotcha, Luffy. I'm curious. I mean, it's giving a little bit of Tiefling, I feel, from D&D. Otherwise, I'm not sure where you might have seen it, something like this. But it is giving Tiefling. And then these are all the SIGs. We can't run any of these. I think a lot of these are pretty good. I think this Jin one's terrible. You're a lot better at, like, imagining what plays with card effects than I am. Yeah. play a lot of this game. And I'm a creative goon with these things. But this card is nasty. Smoke and Mirrors is nasty. Yeah, it's probably a pose and vibe that it's used for a lot of tieflings. Yeah, like any kind of tiefling, sorcery, mystic type thing. I don't know what it's supposed to be within Legends of Runeterra. Or Runeterra, because I'm assuming this art came from Legends of Runeterra. I don't know what this would have even been in there. I'm not really familiar with what was going on in that game before the art got reused for this one. But then, yeah, we got Curtain Call, Terrible, Lilting Lullaby. I think Lilting Lullaby... I don't think Lilias are going to run 3 of this. I think they're going to run maybe 1 or 2 of these. This thing is like a wind wall. It's super situational. But I don't think you need 3 of this. I think it's like a 2 of. Maybe a 1 of, even. 1 or 2 of them. But it's potentially incredibly good. Because countering any spell, great. The cost is really great for counter any spell, which I think is automatically what makes this incredibly playable. I think people are a little bit of doubters sometimes on this card. Because they're like, oh, they can just abandon their own card, send it back to hand, they can do this. But if you stop it for this turn, and at this cost of only 2 for 2... Because Windwall's 3/2... Bird is 4/2, and this card is only 2/2. And it has the second part where it says its controller can't play any spells this turn. That's... Yeah, the no more spells for you is really funny. Yeah, I just think it's rude. I think it's incredibly rude. I think it's very good, but obviously not necessary as a 3 of. Counter spells are all, like, Defy is a 3 of. And I think that's the only, like, counterspell that's ever really definitely a 3 of. Alpha Strike is good in Yi, but it's another card where it's not a 3 of. You probably only run, like, 1 of these because it's so situational. But it's so good in that one situation. Moonfall is a 3 of in Diana, I think. This card is very good. And Mirror Image, also a 3 of. So... I think they did great with the signature spells this time, except the Jin one, which I think is terrible. My D&D group was talking what we'll play in 5th edition. We play 3.5 currently, and one of the other players suggested I would play a tiefling. This was after I'd already showed my cat girl PNG tuber. I cannot fathom why he would have thought I'd play a tiefling instead of a tabaxi. Whatever the cat race is, I'm sure I spelled it wrong. Yeah, I think it's tabaxi. But, yeah, odd one. I would play a tiefling, for sure. I think tieflings are very cool. But yeah, so I think the blues that's about all we want there. And we gotta do gear. We actually gotta do gear, because there are good gears that we're gonna maybe want to play. It's a very short list of gears we're gonna maybe want to play, and it's just gonna be Hourglass, Guardian Angel, Sterix Gauge. That's it. Oh, no, maybe Honey Fruit. I think Signpost is another card, Artemis, that you should definitely consider with Lilia. Because Signpost says, exhaust a unit you control, move a different unit you control to the location of the unit you exhausted to pay for this ability. So this is another one where you move Blue Lilia into a battlefield, she creates a sprite behind her, that sprite comes in ready, then you move Lilia, or you activate Signpost, you pull the Blue Lilia back, you create another sprite at the battlefield, and you just move Lilia back to safety for Forgotten Signpost. I think that's really good. All right, done working. I may be back when I fire up my home computer. If not, have a good rest of your stream. Well, thanks, Luffy. Thanks for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your evening. And yeah, we'll be here for a little while, workshopping some cards, and then eventually playing some Star Wars. Okay, I thought about it and wasn't sure if it actually made sense. Yeah, I think this is I think it's a pretty good card, actually. I think it's a sneaky card, particularly because it has action speed. The fact that it has action speed is kind of nasty, because it even means you could leave the Lilia on the battlefield until the opponent's turn, and then if they try to attack it, you can move it out and replace it with a sprite, or you can move... You can do a lot of weird things with this if you have ready units, particularly if you're holding. It'll let you... It's like, here's the thing, it'll let you move... If you manage to ever get one battlefield with a Vilema on it, and then you can ever grab hold of the other one, you can start to move Vilema back and forth at action speed with this. So during combat, you can move the spider back from battlefield to battlefield. And I'm just like, that's nasty, actually. As long as you manage to hold it and you keep a ready unit on that field, this thing is a move spider around card. And I think that's very silly. We're considering Honey Fruit for this time only because Honey Fruit is a bad seal, except for the fact that it can pay for either color's recycle cost. I think that's very good. So we're actually going to consider Honey Fruit. We're going to see if we can get it in. Frigid Jewel, one of the worst cards I've ever seen. Why did they print this? When you draw your second card each turn, give a friendly unit +2. Why? Why does this card exist? This is just terrible, Heart of Darkness. Yeah, that one's also ass. I have like 3 of them. I don't understand this card. It's terrible. Sprite Fountain. Incredible card. Very good. Just creates 2 sprites. Excellent. Sump Works. I actually think this card is pretty good in 4-player multiplayer, because I think this card basically just reads draw at least 3 cards on 4-player, because so you'll leave 2 up. Your next opponent will go. You'll play Sump Works. If they score 1 point, you draw 1. But if they score 2, you draw 2. Then they move on. If the next person scores 1 or 2, you also will draw another 1 or 2. Then the third person, if they score 1 or 2, you'll draw potentially your 5th through 6th card. So I think minimum you draw 3, and potentially you draw up to like 6, 7 cards out of this thing before it comes back to your turn and it dies. This card, I think, is giga busted in the 4-player. So, I think this one's real interesting. And then there's Gutter Palace. Gutter Palace, deeply funny. I don't think it's good. I would love to try to win with this, but I think it's terrible. I don't understand Gutter Palace. Very funny, though. Very funny card. So yeah, I think these are the things we're going to want to consider. I think let's go back to our units, because we left out a couple units that I think we're going to consider blitz. I think this turned much more into a full pit of things we're considering, so I left out a few things that are pretty good that we might want to consider. Did we do Lonely? Yeah, we did Lonely. Yeah, I think that was the only guy I could think of that we didn't include that perhaps didn't include. So I think these are all the cards we're going to look at. Now we got to narrow this down. The only thing, like I said, I know we're keeping 3 Sonas. We're probably going to do 2 Spiders, not 3. I think we're going to do 2 Watchers. And I think this is going to be our late game. 2 Watcher, 2 Spider. I think we're gonna do 3 Stellacorns, because I think Stellacorn's gross. We need 2 drops though. I think we're gonna do 2 crabs maybe? 2 crab, 3 Poro, 3 Ravenbloom perhaps? Not 4 Ravenblooms, an unplayable number of Ravenblooms. So yeah, here's where it starts to get complex, because we're gonna have to start to cut cards. I think we only ever want 1 Janna, but I think we definitely would like to keep our 1 Janna. I think Alpha Wild Claw is a weird card. I think he's a card I want to try to play, but I don't know where he fits into most decks, is part of my problem with what we're thinking here. So I think in this situation, the Yordle boys are not going to make it. I think Stellacorn is doing the work for drawing. Poro's drawing. I like that this guy is play me draw, but actually Crab is play me draw, so I think this guy's out. Goodbye, Lecturing Yordle. You have not returned. He got cut last split. Part of the deck building I struggle with is how many things to put. Yeah, it's an interesting time. Here's where we look at Eager Apprentice. When I'm at battlefield, the energy cost for spells you play is reduced to a minimum of 1. Nami also fits into this niche of being a 3. Blitzes are good, but again, we have too many units right now. We have far too many units. So I think Wild Claw is not going to make it. I think Wild Claw is fun, but I just think he's not as... He's got to compete with the Spider, and the Watcher is his problem. He's a late game unit, and he's competing with those two, who I think are just better units than him. Even if his effect is fun, and he's a tank, which I like. This Nami I just think is super good, actually. 3 energy plus potentially 1 recycle to stun a unit when you play it, and then when I hold, the next time you play a unit this turn, ready it and buff it. That's crazy. This lets you avoid Watcher's accelerate cost. This turns every one of your units that you play potentially into an accelerated unit. That's so good. I think this thing we have to play at least 2. I think this card is too good not to play more of. So I think the Janna's maybe the thing goes. So this guy, I think this guy's gone. I don't think we can justify Wild Claw. The problem is not that Wild Claw's not good. The problem is we don't have that much deck space for Wild Claw. I think this thing is gone too. I don't think we're going to keep Apprentice. I think by committing to the Stellacorns, we commit to not playing Apprentice. We don't need that many 3s. I think we are going to yeet the Janna for now. I think the Janna's a sideboard card. Even how much I love Janna's, but I think she's a sideboard. I don't... The blitzes are good. That's part of the problem here. Blitz is good. We have too much low end. It's currently our problem. and the fact that we're not compromising on our 3 Sonas. So over here, let's look at the automatic 3s, because we're going to have some automatic 3s in our spell zones. That is going to be Defy, automatic 3. I think Find Your Center is going to be an automatic 3 for us. I think Meditate is another 3. Discipline is another 3. I think we're gonna get rid of Desert's Call this time. We ran it last time. I think it was fun. I think we're getting rid of it. So I think Wonk we probably want to keep, but as a one of, because it's just it's back off. So I think what we're doing is we're switching actually to 3 back offs and 1 Thwonk. So I think Thwonk is basically back off number 4. And yeah, Artemis, we've already got 2 big guys, is our problem here. I think we're cutting all the Progress Days this time. Progress Day, very funny card. I think we're cutting it. I think it was good in the last set. But I think moving to 3 and 3 here means we get rid of this. And the fact that we're moving in so many Stellacorns, I think we're not wanting the Meditate draw, or not the Meditate draw, but that draw. Okay. Feral Strength, I think, is maybe gone. Yeah, I think Feral's gone. Yeah, we're really hanging our hats on Stellacorns. I think because of those 2 battlefields, I think the Stellacorn situation is nasty. Okay. I think we want to keep at least 1 not so fast, but maybe 2. So we might go back to what we do is we do the 2 and 2. 2 not so fast, 2 Defy. I think Flurry, we do sideboard this card. And we're ready with it to like bring it in when we know we have to counter colossal spells. But I think the 2 and 2 serves pretty well otherwise. Okay, Singularity. Weird card. I think Singularity we maybe side. I think Unchecked Power we keep in the main, because Unchecked Power in main is so funny sometimes. Really blows people out when they don't think it's coming. I think Barrage. See, I'm torn, because I wonder how much we just absolutely need to main deck gear removal this set. I think we're gonna not run Eclipse. Tricksy Tentacles, we're thinking. Charm, we're thinking. Divide, we're thinking. Divide has some really big turns. Potentially. And with our Stellacorn strat, it might actually be really good for us. Hard to say what we want to do there. So I think I don't think we can run Trixie. I think it's so hard because it's already hard to justify running the charms sometimes. And Charm is a really good card. So I think we're gonna cut Trixie. Like I said, this is a weird set of cards we're looking at here. means our only real might modification now is discipline, which I don't love. We have so much stun with the back-offs. Stun very good. And we're gonna get some more stuff down here, I think. Because I think we are going to run I think I like the 2 of this. Again, I don't know how much, like I said, I don't know what gear removal is going to look like in this set. I think we're looking at maybe 3 of these. No, but then we really have to look at our recycle costs, because we might actually be pretty low recycle this time around. And if we're low recycle, we really don't need the honey fruits. So I think we're actually surprisingly low recycle. Some of our units do. It's an interesting time. GAs, I think, are nice. But I think this being just like a big might swing, I think if we run the Sterix is the only way we can run the honey fruits. And I think I want to try that. So I think we're gonna axe the charms. Frigid, I think we do have to axe. See, I think this spell core is actually good if we didn't have to run, like, if we weren't gonna run the gear. That's what's tough here. See, here I'm looking at this deck and I'm like, I don't really know that we have much identity in a way that I like. We're drawing, but like, then what is our payoff with our drawing? We're saying no to stuff. I think I'm gonna have to rely on the Stellacorns doing the drawing for us again. I think we're really in a disgusting Stellacorn adventure, and I think by doing so, we are going to have to axe stuff like Meditate. It's drawing us deeper, but I just think that we just have too many cards right now. I think we can only pick 2 between GA and Zonia's, and I think we're going to axe the Zonias. I mean, not the Zonias, I think we're gonna axe the GAs. I think we're gonna do 2 Zonia, 2 Sterix. We do the 3 honey fruits, but we might be axing the honey fruits. Identity in what way? So we have a lot of draw, but I don't know what our payoff for our draw is currently, because I'm imagining when we have to go to conquer battlefields, for example, we are really hold, because we hold obviously as Ahri players, but I'm not really sure, like, I suppose we should just be tunneling down on holding, which would make me want to do, like, I think we're gonna do something weird. I think we're gonna run 2 Ahris. I think we're maybe gonna axe the Raven Blooms finally, because we're not playing a lot of combat spells that want to take advantage for the Raven Blooms now. So I actually think, crazy thought, I think we're getting Raven Bloom out. I think we're going to Blitz to 2. Still 21 units here, though. I think we're cutting the blitzes here. See, the Namis are really only good for us in this setup if we're actually, like, stunning things with them, though, aggressively, and then next time you play a unit, so it gives us buffs, it gives us readies, it makes everything that comes out ready, but that only matters if we're then going to be crashing these units that we play out into the battlefields, which I think is what's weird here. I think that if we do that, we have to go to the 5 Watchers. Then our identity is like, hold a battlefield and then just like start slamming in Watchers. Because this Nami basically makes the Watcher an 8 might that we can play for, so we would be able to play Watcher for 7 with only 1 recycle. It would come in ready and it would have 8 might. So I think the Nami plus the Watcher, or the Nami plus the Spider, is our end game, is being able to accelerate these units in. So I think we go that route. That'd be 20 units. Then we have to chew this down, which is, I think, again, where this gets kind of hard for us. I think we want to keep Find Your Center this time, because I think that the rune channeling is actually so much more important for us now, because we want to ramp to our late game faster, and I think that's... Meditate was when we didn't really care about that. I think Find Your Center is like the new, we have to care about that. So I actually think we're going to take the Meditates out. I think we want our 2, I think our counterspell core is the 2 and 2. I think that has to stay. Discipline has to stay. It's too good. Back Off, I think, is just our new thwonk. We were running 3 of this before. We were running 3 thwonks before. I just think Back Off is better. Because the amount of times you needed to stun 2 things was way less important than the amount of times that drawing a card would really save your ass. But see, we're still over here. So we still have to thin somewhere. And it's currently that we have too many 3 drops. So like maybe we do just drop our blue Ahri to our 1 blue Ahri. We're not getting rid of our 1 blue Ahri, much as it's a silly unit that maybe doesn't make sense. But see, going down to only 19 units, because I guess our two Zonias are basically our other units. Only unit would die. Maybe we just cut this. I think maybe we just truly cut the Zonias. Okay, this gets us really close to playable, actually. We only have to cut 1 more card at this range. So... yeah, this is where it gets interesting, because like I said, we're down to only needing 1 cut. And then figuring out like our final balance of numbers. I think it's looking between, it's maybe Rocket, it's maybe Divide. Because I don't know, again, how much gear we're really going to be running into. We might be entering into an Aurora meta, but actually our green Ahri is more of our Aurora meta counter, because she speeds up the game so much for us. So I think we're gonna remove Barrage. Now we really debate the Honey Fruit, because I think we might just want to chuck Honey Fruit. It's potentially good, but because we want to keep as many of our runes to get these later game units out. That's the only reason we're even considering it, because it doesn't recycle runes. Maybe what we do... Is it worth running if we only run 2 of them? That would get us down. Spells here would let us bring back a unit. We do need more 2s. I think what we would do in this situation is we would maybe up our Scuttle Crab. In this situation, Scuttle Crab to 3. Helps us open the crab. I don't know. The crab just is a weird unit. I think he's really good. But I think the problem is he has like no early combat capabilities. So I think if we're bringing back a 2, we're bringing back the Raven Blooms, because they represent this interesting existential threat for people, in that Raven Blooms are always dangerous. They could suddenly become more might from spells. They're instantly 5 drops if you hit them with the Discipline. So... Also, Ravenbloom student's like a lizard? More might with spells versus God's most killable little guy. Yeah. The fact that he draws a card is so good for you, though. I think we might do... Okay, we're going to do this, I think, maybe. I think we're going to do 3 Crab. We're actually going to drop Lonely Poro down. I think Lonely Poro is going to become our unit, because his delayed draw and only drawing when he's alone make him much more difficult to use. So I think we actually are going to put him down to 1. That leaves us to try to shave another unit somewhere, which is potentially one of our Watchers, potentially one of our Spiders. Maybe the Nami's a one of. That might be what we do. The Nami might be the one of. Nami now occupying our zone, but the same as our Janna was before. So I think we're going to try Nami 1. Personas are just so important to our ability to play on our opponent's turn, because they will let us tap out for units. Or in the case of the Spider, they'll let us leave up only 4 and then drop our Spider. So I think we just can't trade the Sonas out. I think having that many runes available is nasty. So I think we're going to try this. This leaves us 7 2-drops. 16 spells here. This is our potential board wipe spell. Most of our spells are oriented around stunning or stopping spells from going off. +1 that just allows us to move any of our units back. The emergency get out of town button for enemy unchecked powers is really what this card is. And I think we're going to be seeing more unchecked powers this set. Enough that I might actually make this a 2. Chat, how do we feel about Unkillable Gallia with Brand ult casted every 3 seconds? That sounds pretty gross, Vex. I assume you were playing Arena or Brawl or whatever it is. Yeah, so I think we might. No, I think we're gonna keep this way. Is this legal? So we have 20 units, 20. Well, actually, I don't know if our chosen... Actually, let me count these again. 6, 7, 8, 11, 14, 15. Oh, no, so we need to go down on 1 unit here. We need to actually ditch a unit because Green Ahri is our last unit. So I do think we do the 2 watchers, 2 spiders. I think is ultimately our setup. And then we go look at our battlefields. Let's go domainless. Let's deselect these and battlefields. All right. Yeah, Arena has 3v3 mode out right now. It's very fun. That's cool, Vex. Very exciting. But like I said, I think we're entering a disgusting Stellacorn nightmare. First time a player plays a non-unit token here each turn, they may move another unit they control here to its base. Stellacorn. Stellacorn Nightmare. Amateur Recital. When you hold here, you may move a unit at a battlefield to its base. Stellacorn Nightmare. Also holding a really good hold battlefield. And I think our last one... Now that we only have 16 spells, I actually don't think it's Ravenbloom. Because we're going to whiff more than we hit. When we were running more spells than we were running units, I think it was good. But the new meta, I don't think, is going to favor that. So we're going to go back to the beginning and look at all the battlefields. Did you win that game, though, Vex? Surely you won with the Gallia with Brand ults casting every 3 seconds. Surely that's a winner, right? Oh, we're not playing Grove. Maybe we do Hallowed because it's funny. Hallowed to bring... I think we might try Hallowed this set. Hallowed to bring our Green Ahri back sometimes. I don't think most other decks giga care about their chosen champ, but I think our chosen champ is really good. Oh yes, easily lol. I could have probably 1v3'd at the end because I got a 600 shield every time I CC'd someone as Callio. Oh, that is pretty nasty. When you hold here, you may channel 1 rune exhausted. You conquer, ready 2 runes at the end of this turn. Maybe we'd go back to Vilema's. Vilema's still pretty good. Trifarian's pretty good for us. Stops spells from really murking us. Conquer here, you may pay 1, return a unit you control. Bluffed is decent, but not really for us, actually. Category Legend. Mirage Spire would be good if we were running more repeats still, but we're not. When you hold here, Conservatory, units can't be played here. Sunken, no. Paper Tree would be a maybe. No, actually. Conquer here, you may ready a friendly here. No. Abandoned Hall. Only be if we were really committing to like a horrible Raven Bloom and buff spells strategy, which I think would be funny. I think playing our old spell deck, Abandoned Hall, would actually be giga hilarious. I think if we weren't trying to do this Stellacorn thing and we were going back to our like older strat, I think Abandoned Hall would have been a no-brainer. Huh. Maybe we don't do this. Oh, this is if a unit would die during combat. Ooh. Let's see. If this said if a unit would die here, heal it and recall it, then I would think it was very good. And we might just do that for our green Ahris to protect them. But the fact that it's... because we're going to worry about being sniped by spells a lot of the time. Not exactly by combat. Dusk, Forbidden Waste, bad. Gotta keep Green Ahri alive. We must protect Green Ahri. We are a Green Ahri strategy again, so yes. Start of each player's beginning phase, deal 1, no. Garden Becoming, no. River's Bay, no. Star Spring, yes. Academy, no. Trapping Grounds, well. When you hold here, give your next spell this turn repeat equal to its base cost. Not really anything we want to be doing that with. When you conquer here, birds, Valley of Idols. When a player plays a unit here, they may pay 1 to buff it. That is maybe playable. The buff one is maybe playable. So, I think we're really only looking back at War Camp, File Maw, or Hello Tomb. And we're gonna try Hello Tomb. Love Valley of Idols, my new best friend. It's fun, Artemis, I'm glad. Yeah, I think this might be what we're running this time. I think this may be our deck. What a time. Sick. Can't wait to get clobbered by that spider. We love the spider. Our main goal is maybe to get the spider down and then to get the Sterix onto the spider. This is to try to protect Green Ahri. Ooh. We have me when I see Elise. That's pretty good. Yes, I think this is what we're gonna try out for the new set. Very exciting for us. This is subject to change because we don't know what the meta is gonna quite look like. If it is really a hold meta, and we get a lot of hold decks like Vex suddenly coming in, we're probably gonna make some changes. Because they're cards we don't care about. playing into Vex. Wonk we would get rid of, because the Vex is probably not attacking us most of the time. Divide we would maybe get rid of. We'd start to board in more counter spells. I actually guess our question is, do we even keep the Thwonk and maybe like board it for a Defy? Hard to say. But like Watcher is bad in the Vex meta. Play of Idols with Kingpin set could go crazy for holding. Yeah, it really would, Artemis. I think it'd be good. I think you're back in business with another like yellow set hold deck. I think that could be potentially very good again in this meta. And I think you're finally like almost in showstopper business. Showstoppers are getting down to $11. We're almost sub 10 on the showstoppers. Love me a hold deck. Yeah, because like the showstoppers are down to 1 daily sold average. So, I mean, we're still seeing some people buying them, and so, but it's really not a lot compared to the current number of them available. They are not really selling. And I assume this is because nobody new is coming onto playset, and all the sets just already had showstoppers if you were playing it. Ahim. Goon. Yeah. I think as soon as the reprint hits is going to be the time to jump on the showstoppers finally. Once we get the reprint raffle and all that stuff, I think it'll be time. But yeah, so I think this is what we're going to be doing. I'm going to try this out. I'm going to build this. I guess we'll edit some of this, because like our Ahri, for example, we're running this one of our spiders. I actually don't know if we can do that where I can set we have the alt art for the spider, but can I set one of my spiders to be the alt and one of them to be the default? Because that's what I actually own. Yeah, we have the trans Ahri of friendship. We have 1-in-1 spider though, which is our problem here. No one else has an alt. This is actually an incredibly low rarity deck. Aside from our Ahri, but everything else here, like we're running mostly rares and commons. We're actually 1 epic, 2 epics, 3 epics. We're only running, if we count our double spiders, we're only running 4 total epic cards. My deck is actually going to be very low rarity. So I think a lot of the green cards that are low rarity are actually really good. It's fun. This would not be an expensive deck to build without the trans Ahri. And the Watchers, I keep forgetting. Those dumb Watchers are probably still expensive, aren't they? Yeah, Ox, the trans Ahri of friendship. Let's go look at Thousand Tail Watcher again to see what this fucking thing is. It's still $30! He only ever made it down to 24 before he rebounded to 30. This fucking guy. This horrible cat fox deer thing. Lamau, expensive ass creature, right? This guy. Holy, why is this guy? Oh, look at the other guy. The spider. What? Hi, T-Maz. How you doing? I've totally... It's Vilemaw. That's what I was like. I forgot the spider's name. Vilemaw. What is that guy selling for right now? He's still 28. Like, he's expensive. But yeah, how you doing, T-Maz? We're designing a card game deck right now, which we've actually just finished doing, so I think we're going to go ahead and navigate ourselves over to, Damn, I didn't know Valma was that expensive. Yeah, that guy's expensive. He's no Elder Dragon, I think, but he is expensive. Look what that shithead dragon is. $36 on the dragon. $21 on Baron. Baron's actually the cheapest of the creatures. And I think that's because most decks that even want to run a Baron only want to run one of them. But the dragon, they'd want to run more of. People really love those dragons, and I'm like, they're fine. Yeah, the dragon's, like, weird. Elder Bush Dragon. He's good, don't get me wrong. He's incredibly good. But, like, he's your entire turn. He's your entire turn, and he doesn't even have deflect. You know what card absolutely shits on this dragon? It's this card. This card, I think, makes that dragon, like, practically unplayable. Because, yeah, you just bounce him. You can play Starcrossed in reaction to his damage trigger, so when he plays, he does 1 damage to a bunch of things. You can play this card in reaction to that. Select your most important target that he's doing the damage to, and bounce that target and the dragon back to their hand. And they've used all their runes, and they've recycled 4 of them. Actually disgusting. Unbelievable how much it breaks their, like, tempo when they do that, and you bounce his ass. It is devastating, because it's at least, like, 2 more turns before they... it's 2 turns before they can replay him. Supposing they don't recycle another rune on the 2nd turn. Like, it's 2 turns of do nothing before the dragon can come back. This thing just, like, shits on that dragon. It's just like, get his ass out of here. I think this is a 3 of in every purple deck now. Just because it's like, it's good and nukes that dragon. Incredibly funny. But yeah, so let's go ahead. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to run an ad, and we're going to switch to the Star War. So, we're going to close this. No, wait. We're going to save this. Then we're going to close it. Look at our exciting desktop background for the day. Ooh. It's cool. But yeah, the Star Wars times be upon us. Yeah, I will be right back. And we will the Star Wars. I actually don't have my water, so I should go get that. Yeah. So I'll see you on the other side. BRB. All right, I'm back. 1 second. Ugh, I'm back. We're being harassed. Look who it is. We got a dog. How very exciting. Not this little goofball. It's Daisy. Ooh. Not stop barking. Bonk, 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 bonk. So anyway. Bark, bark. Woof, woof, bark, bark. She's looking at the window. There are 0 thoughts in this dog's brain. Head empty. Not a 1. Look at that. Big where am I energy. Yep. Where am I? Just staring at the window. But anyway, she's been barking for like the last 10 minutes. So when I went out to get my water, I was like, I'm gonna grab that dog. Why are you barking? Why are you barking? Hold on while I release her back into the wild so she can continue to bark outside my room. All right. So, I take this moment while we're on the BRB screen, because I don't really have a good transitional screen, to switch us over to the Xbox. So, we will say goodbye to our League of Legends playlist here. We will go ahead and switch over to the Xbox screen, which you all can see, but I cannot yet. Because my monitor displays both that and my PC screen, so I have to flip-flop between the two. Then I gotta figure out where the hell is my headset. Because it's not this headset anymore. Switching headsets. Get under these papers on this chair. There it is. Whoopee! Yay! Then we're gonna go and we're gonna adjust our category. Because we are no longer Riftbound. We are going to Knights of the Old Republic. To continue our very exciting Star Wars adventures. I will launch Knights of the Old Republic. And yeah, recap of our Star Wars journey so far. We are on Dantooine. We have recently joined the Jedi Order. We're doing miscellaneous quests. We're hoping to get off this planet soon. We've done the first of the... Oh god. Stick drift. Our most recent save is this one. We have 2 quests currently. One of them is to go to... So we still have to deal with the Mandalorian raiders. We still need to investigate the strange ruins on Dantooine. And we need to solve the Sandral-Matali feud. And I think Sandral-Matali feud is going to be our main quest today. I forgot about that quest. I was thinking we might be able to get out of here today, but I realized that's not going to be the case. This quest is long. So we're probably going to get through this, then we're maybe going to get through the next quest, which is the... It's like there is a chance we get through. We'll see how it goes. We're gonna be slightly power gamers to get through them both. This one is long. Tali pass card required. Okay, what did we... Alan Matali has approached the Jedi Council and demanded action. He believes the head of the rival family, Nurik, Jedi Council has decreed you may investigate the disappearance so long as it does not detract from your main quest. We need the Matali pass card to actually enter this place. There's a Matali droid. Can we talk to this? I come on the behalf of the Jedi Council. I wish to speak to Alan Matali.
Come from the Jedi Council. Master Matali wishes to speak. I will inform him that you are here. Remain at this location until he arrives.
Cool. Talking to the droid worked. They got a lot of combat droids. Oh shit, he's got a lot of combat droids.
My protocol droid tells me you are here on behalf of the Council. I was beginning to think my demands had been ignored, though I think your time would be better spent interrogating the Sandrals as to the whereabouts of my son Shen.
Any information you might have would be helpful.
I have already told my story to the Council. Why did they not inform you of my circumstances?
I don't like this guy.
Such incompetence from the Jedi, but I shall repeat the tale once more. Many years ago, I brought my family here to Dantooine to escape the crush of humanity on the KotOR worlds. Soon after we settled here, the Sandrals arrived, and they have been a plague upon my house ever since. The injustices the Sandrals have committed against the Matalis are far too numerous to name. But the Council is well aware of our many disputes. Recently, I discovered several Sandral droids trespassing on my land.
Truly, he was like, I thought my demands are being ignored, and I was like, ugh. What were they doing here?
I have no idea what nefarious purpose lay behind their arrival. My own assassination, perhaps? Destruction of my property? Maybe a simple spy mission? I wasn't about to find out. My own security droids destroyed the invaders. Not a single one survived.
At least you're efficient.
It was shortly after this incident that Shen, my only son and heir to the Matali estate, vanished. Obviously Nurik, the unscrupulous head of the Sandral clan, has abducted my son in retaliation for the destruction of his droids.
Shall go and speak to Nurik Sandral.
The only resolution possible is the immediate return of my son. Why does the Council insist on stalling? The life of my son is at stake. Is it possible? Yes, of course. Now I understand. I am a man of the world, Jedi. I know how things are done. I will make a...
Not this guy trying to bribe us.
...of 1,000 credits to the Council in exchange for rescuing Shen from the Sandrals. I will present the credits directly to you, of course. Whether the Council ever learns of this donation is completely up to you.
Yeah, he's immediately trying to bribe us, Artemis. I understand you're upset. Matali, rest assured I will find Shen.
Nevertheless, my offer still stands. 1,000 credits for Shen's safe return. Know, however, that I will not sit idly by much longer. Eventually, I will take whatever action is necessary to rescue my son, including raising the entire Sandral estate. Until you find Shen, Jedi, we have nothing further to discuss. I suggest you hurry south to their estate, lest I take matters into my own hands.
No joy, what a fun guy. What a great time that guy is. Can you imagine how much his son must love having that guy for a father? Alright, I don't quite remember where the Sandral Estate is. I know it's south of here. We're gonna go to the south. So what are these weird bat trees? What interesting tree biology we're doing here. Okay. Sandral Estate. Still going to be to the south of us. It's another big square building, so... Yep, Sandral Grounds. And there it is. Cool. Entrance, path north. Cool, 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 cool. We're here. Is this son actually missing, or is he just like, I hate my dad? You cure. Yeah, Artemis. You can maybe take a good guess on that one. I think the answer will not surprise you.
This is private property. By what authority are you trespassing on this estate?
See, this guy actually has a protocol droid, as opposed to the guy having a combat droid.
The council. If you are here because of Shen Matale's disappearance, you are wasting your time. The Sandrals are not involved. This is nothing but a Matale witch hunt.
I am not in league with the Matales, but I must speak to Nurek.
Nurek left orders he was not to be disturbed, but given the circumstances, I will make an exception. Go into the main hall. Nurek will meet with you there.
Alright, in we go. Ugh. We're in.
I have been informed by my protocol droid that you wish to speak to me.
Right. I want to ask you about the disappearance of Shen Matale, and I'm here on behalf of the Jedi Council. I'm investigating the disappearance of Shen Matale. Let's do it the second one. I don't really know what the difference is going to be dialogue-wise for either of these. This is a weird one, where both of these, I think... One of them just, like, stresses that we're from the Jedi Council.
I brought my family here to find peace and safety, not to be harassed and treated like common criminals.
Right, bro, I'm not...
Your council has no authority here, and I respectfully ask you to leave this property at once.
This guy isn't telling us something. He might even be lying. I don't trust him.
I trust
Thanks,
you will show
Canderous.
yourself out. If not, my security droids will be sure to deal with you.
You are here from the council, are you not? Looking for Shen Matale?
Who are you?
My name is Rahasia. Nurek is my father. He has not been himself since Cassis disappeared. He is mad with grief, and he is convinced the Matales are responsible. He's not thinking rationally.
Blah, blah, blah. Cassis disappeared?
Yes, Cassis was my brother. He was working on archaeological digs here on Dantooine when he disappeared. My father blamed Alan Matale and his son. My father is a good man. When my mother died, he raised me and my brother by himself. He loves his children, and we love him. I just don't want you to judge him too harshly.
I only want to find Shen Matale.
You must understand that father has been under a terrible strain. I have no wish to disobey him. but there are matters where even my father's authority is not absolute.
Please, tell me what has happened.
My father has kidnapped Shen Matale. He is holding him prisoner here in the compound. He feels this is a way to get back at the Matales, a way to get even for the disappearance of my brother Cassus.
I see. Well, there is the answer we seek. The Jedi Council should be informed of this at once.
No. Since Cassus went missing, my father has become unstable. He might hurt him if you do that. He no longer even cares if the Matales are responsible for what happened to Cassus. I am afraid my father will simply kill Shen out of a mad, misguided lust for vengeance.
Why are you telling me all this?
Shen is an innocent victim in all this. My father is not a bad man, but his grief has driven him to madness. He must be stopped. Please, find Shen and rescue him before my father does something he will regret forever. I would take you to the prison, but I cannot let my father see me with you. Take this key. It will open an unguarded door at the rear of the estate. You and Shen can make your escape through there. There are many security droids guarding the halls. Please hurry. You are Shen's only hope.
Why do you care about Shen?
Shen and I, we have been taught by our families to hate each other, just for being related to our fathers. But I met Shen alone one day in the city, away from his father, and Shen was so charming, so sweet. He didn't care at all that I was a Sandral. He just accepted me for who I was, with no reservations. We talked and met again over months and fell in love. My brother Cassus met him too, and they were beginning to become friends. But then this whole mess had to happen. Please find Shen and free him. You are my only hope.
Neato. I like that we just had that conversation with the droid in the room, though. Anyway, so Shen Matale is actually missing. He is actually in here. He has been kidnapped. His shithead dad is actually right. The droid is like, I don't care about that. That's not my problem. But no, his dickhead father is actually right. Very funny. But we gotta save this guy regardless. Boop. In we go. Oh, hello. Okay.
Yes?
What?
Andorus, I think, has some amount of skill to actually be able to disable, maybe recover this mine? I'm gonna try recovering. Still too low. Okay, you may be able to disable it then. Disabling's a lot easier than recovering. Mission is our mine recoverer, it would seem. Okay, Lamau, I wouldn't have been surprised if this was another runaway droid situation. Yeah, it's not quite the same runaway droid situation. Oh, hello. Yay. Right. We don't really have a hacker. So frankly, we're not really gonna hack. We're just gonna combat time our way through this house. Excellent, excellent. Just punch straight through, yep. And we're gonna loot. Oh, hello. Why the Canderous is like closing to point blank range? Bastille are really just... Okay, we got the prison key. That's good for us. We needed that. Nope. Wrong room. Don't worry, nobody's hearing this. That'd be crazy. I don't know how they're not hearing the epic gun battle through their house. Nope, not this room. Oh, that's none of my business. This room has a lot of loot. Go, we're looting! Yay! To be fair, how many epic gun battles have you heard in your house, right? Exend. Honey, did you hear that? Oh, I'm sure it's just the security droids playing tag again. Yep, I'm sure that's it. Now, if you were a prison, where would you be in this house? Hello? Prison. Okay. Maybe back through this room. Hello? Prison. Prison? Nope. Why was that one locked? Hello?
Yes?
Ew. Ah, yes. The in-house prison, of course, right? That's where I'm like, where does one... Who has mines in their house, too? Let's also ask that question. Okay, this door had a mine in front of it. Do we think this is the in-house prison? Hey, it was. What's up, dude?
Who are you? What do you want with me? Are you working for my father?
Here to rescue you, Shen.
Rescue me? No, I won't leave. It's too dangerous. It's not my
I'll
own
protect
safety I'm
you.
concerned about. I'm worried about the fate of Nurik's daughter, Rahasia. She's been trying to convince her father to release me ever since I was captured. If
You
I
don't have
escape, Nurik will think
anti-solicitor
Rahasia's to
minds
blame.
to each
Nurik is
their
insane with
own.
grief over the loss of his son, Cassius. If I leave with you, it is Rahasia who will suffer. I cannot allow that.
What if we take Rahasia with us?
If you can convince Rahasia to escape with us, I will accompany you. Though I do not know if she'd be willing to turn her back on her home and family. Who could imagine a Sandral doing such a thing for the sake of a Matali? But if she will not go, then I too shall stay. I would rather face my own death than have her face her father's wrath because I escaped.
Why do your families hate each other so
My father
much?
thinks the Sandrals are thieves and liars who followed him here to Dantooine just to steal what he's earned for himself. My father is an egotist and can be violent at times, but I think he still cares for me. Rahasia's father seems to be falling into the same pattern as mine. They're both too unreasonable to be talked to about the other. I think the
Not gonna
only
lie, do you guys
solution
ever
I'll have
think
is if we can escape both
his
of them.
dad might actually just be a
Find
little
Rahasia and
racist?
speak to her. Get her to flee this place with me.
Those landmines make go into the bathroom in the middle of the night super tricky. Yeah. Agreed. Okay. This connects us to where we want to go. Yeah, absolutely. He started that sentence and I was like, ah, racist. It's funny because he's like, they're liars and thieves and I hate them and we have our blood feud. And then you go meet them and you're like, Oh, they're black. I see. Yo, buddy, you racist? Cause that in retrospect reads as extra racist, but
What are you
alright.
doing here? Have you found Shen yet?
I'm trying to rescue Shen, but he won't leave without you, Rahasia.
Shen can be so stubborn sometimes. If one of the security droids sees me wandering the halls, Father will get suspicious. I can't risk it, but I know Shen would rather die than leave me here alone to face the wrath of my father. Tell Shen I will meet you outside the gates. I will wait as long as I can, but you must hurry.
Okie dokie. There she goes. Wait, go back. I thought this quest was longer. We might actually get through this pretty fast. What's up, Shen?
Have you spoken to Rahasia?
Yes, she promised she would meet us at the
Rahasia is
gates.
not just telling me what I want to hear, but I will have to take that chance. Hurry then, we must not keep Rahasia waiting.
Yippee! We
Shen,
did it!
You're safe.
Rahasia! Well, thank goodness you managed
Yeah,
to
this
escape.
really was
It's
just a
all thanks to this
break-in.
kind
We just, like,
Jedi that we
kicked in the
managed to get this
door.
far at all. I thank you, Jedi, for all that you have done for us.
We should get out of here quickly.
You're right. We should go as fast as we can. I don't know how long it will be before my father realizes we're gone.
You're right, we should.
Oh, what's up, buddy? Well.
There you are, Shen.
Father!
Mr. Matale,
Rahasia!
Father.
Mr. Sandro!
Nurik!
Alan!
I knew this was all your doing. I knew you had captured my son.
Not the part where we all
You had
stand
taken
here
my
and yell
castles
each other's
from me
name at
long
each other.
Before that. You started it.
I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Now I will get revenge for your transgressions.
You two just need to calm
Please
down.
listen to her, Father.
Why should I listen to the Jedi? All you want is to remain with that Sandral harlot.
My daughter is not a harlot, Matale dog!
Why don't you try listening to your
Our
children?
children don't know enough of what's good for them to make a reasonable decision.
It's better to let older, wiser heads like ours make the decision.
Rahasia and I don't want you to make decisions for us. We want to live alone away from you.
You insolent boy! If you want to live alone, then so be it. I disown you. Never set foot in my house again.
Will you go with Shen, Rahasia?
Rahasia, you will not leave with this Matale boy!
I am, Father, and you can't stop me. We're leaving for the Enclave.
You foolish girl!
Not be so selfish, Nurik.
You think to make us stand here, then?
You expect us to just let them leave? Droids, stop them!
You will not turn your droids on my daughter. Droids, don't let them take Rahasia.
We appear to be at an impasse then. And they got away.
It is your fault, Alan. You were always too violent for your own good.
Me? You were the one who rushed out here with war droids. I will not rest until I have my Shen back.
These guys.
Council will hear of the troubles you caused, Jedi.
Indeed they shall.
Not him disowning his son and then being like, you expect us to let them leave? 100%. Can we select the dialogue option where we kill them now? Yeah. That quest is... Sure is a quest. At least it was fast. I don't know if there's like some other way to get a different resolution out of that, like where they don't maybe go like giga argue with each other. I've never seen it though. I don't know if there's like a secret dialogue tree path that actually gets you through that. Hey, we leveled up though. Alright, so the only thing we want to try to do now is we do want to try to figure out this Mandalorian situation. So we're going to do one into heal. Feats, we're going to want maybe implant 2. Maybe we want our, so we got dueling, maybe we want our lightsaber up. Attack bonus. So we're either going to want implant 2 or our lightsaber attack bonus stuff. We're going to do implant 2. Powers. We do, okay, we can do advanced throw. Accept. Good enough for us. Yippee! We already dealt with those Mandalorians. Go look through our equipment as well. Oops. Not the big flying mana rays. Those are just like straight up mana rays. The FX, unfortunately, we don't really get an option that's combat time that. If anyone deserved it. Yeah.
So, Bastila, I heard a rumor that the Vulkars captured you without much of a struggle. It must be embarrassing to be bested by a handful of street thugs.
Let's go, Canderous. Picking a fight.
And I can assure you, it took far more than a handful of Vulkars to subdue me.
Gee, will you just, like, troll Bastila a little bit? Should have taken his 1,000 credits at least. Lol. Sure, there were 20. I mean, 50. No, wait, 100. Honestly, I kind of want to pick the second one. Kind of rude ass, but the first one's so boring. Okay, let's not get into this. Versus be a kind of a snarky. The daily, yeah, we're daily Bastila rage baiting.
Whatever you say. All I know is that if we had more Jedi like Bastila fighting against us in the Mandalorian Wars, my side might not have lost.
Bold talk from a broken-down mercenary who was serving at Davik's heel. I'd call you his pet cat hound. But they have enough loyalty not to turn on their masters.
Insults? Maybe if your master had trained your lightsaber to be as quick as your tongue, you could have escaped those Vulkars, you spoiled little Jedi princess.
I was not spoiled. I was given the same training as everyone else in the Order. You are nothing but... No, I must not do this. There is no emotion. There is peace.
That's the problem with you Jedi. Always chanting about peace and control. Never up for a good fight. Well, except for Revan, I guess.
Enough, Mandalorian. I won't rise to your bait anymore. The game is over. Let us continue on with what we were doing.
They made me walk 10 miles in the snow to Jedi school. Not the daily Bastila rage baiting. Where does this go? Oh, this was the cave entrance. That was where we got the lightsaber crystals. We'll go up through here to the grove. Yeah. Bastila is maybe not quite the best at this whole Jedi thing. We'll flip. If that wasn't quite obvious, she's not really... Oh, hey, look. Some guys. Hi, guys.
This is the meddler. You have caused us far too much trouble for a mere Jedi. I will add your head to those of the other Jedi I have killed, and take yet another lightsaber for my own. Now you will know why the Mandalorians are feared.
Should chuck a grenade at these guys. How do we get in there? Oh, Bastila actually got shreked right there. Oh, nasty. Look at my health. What did I live with? I stayed up with 1 HP.
Yeah, I'm here.
Ooh. 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 Heal spam. Heal spam. What is Bastila's to hit? Still has 24 defense. So she's not even easy to hit. They still got her pretty good. Oh, that's entertaining. We can give Andrus this thing. Alright. See, this is why we want to start getting into, these things. Stuff like immunity mind affecting or immunity critical hits is really good. That's why we're speccing for, the implants, because we have currently dexterity +1, but like, again, immunity poison, immunity mind affecting, and immunity critical hits are all incredible bonuses. So we're either gonna do mind affecting or crit for us, because this one will stop us from ever being stunned, which is really good. And critical hits are just also really good to stop, because then we just won't ever get chunked for huge amounts. So we're gonna do crit hits for now. We're gonna look at this stuff. Awareness +4. What is ours doing? Will 3, awareness 2. So we're gonna look at improve there. We're gonna look at awareness plus here. Andrus can get the... Okay, for now he'll take the immunity mind affecting. Our belts. Cool, cool. Okay, that's good. Yeah, we really barely came through on that fight, actually. Hanging in by a thread. I didn't heal more because I was like, I know Canderous is still back there. And, I was like, if I have to switch to Canderous, then I can just start yucking grenades once I'm down. Because Canderous uses heavy weapons, I want to say, is his thing. Weapon focus heavy. And so... Only with one-handed, two-weapon, double-bladed or two weapons. Critical strike. His feat doubles the range. Okay, critical strike is actually really good. I haven't really noticed that one. We'll have to get that on my character, not Canderous. So we're gonna do... Canderous already has most of the things he might actually want. Suppose we could give him Power Blast or Flurry, Rapid Shot. Yeah, actually I think we're gonna do Rapid. And Bastila is gonna get treat injury and awareness. For powers, you want heal on her, but that doesn't really matter. Stasis, good. Droid, good. Wound is dark side powers, universal on force push. Drain life is dark side, force suppression. Throw saber, advanced throw saber. So we're gonna do advanced throw saber. Valor. Resistance. We could do the buffs and debuffs. We could do push. We'll do push. Oh, Bastila with her weird little goggles on now. Anyway, we have defeated most of the Mandalorians now. I believe these were the light. Ooh, look, we got 2 lightsabers off of that. That's cool. Dude, this guy had a good belt. Anyway. Nice. With a couple more lightsabers. One of them's red. We can now yoink that crystal. For our lightsaber.
What can I do?
We can confuse everybody by having a red lightsaber. And being concerningly evil looking. Love that for us. So we want to continue north. Oh, I need force powers to do that, never mind. Alright, but we're getting there. Don't mind my evil and villainous color scheme. I'm like the nicest person too, which is I think what makes it more fun for me to have the comically evil. Let's see if we can just run through the middle. I don't really want to fight these dogs right now. I guess the dogs wanted to fight us though. Yeah, the dogs really were just like, it's on site. Phew.
I'm here.
Yeah, well, I now want to go investigate. These other dogs were sitting on like a backpack. What is this? Oh! Wait. Cassis's diary. Oh, I wonder if this could have let us stop the dads from arguing if we had found this first. This is the diary of Cassis Sandral, amateur archaeologist. Details his efforts to discover the source of the ancient ruins found across the surface of Dantooine. Upon reading it, you gather that he found some correlations between the ruins and something called the Rack. Oh, but I wonder if we had found his journal, if we could have been like, oh, hey, actually, here was your son's shit. He got eaten by dogs. Oh. Bond and heavy is 6 defense, max dex 4. It's for total 10. So you can make Bastila 10. Well, now maybe there was more to that mission than just breaking into that man's house, right? Right. Look, we can make Bastila slightly eviler looking.
I'm here.
What?
Yes, I'm here.
Anyway. Hysterical. I guess we just had never come quite over here. That's interesting. I'm gonna stop. We're gonna take a moment actually to look this up because I'm now actually curious if that would have made a difference. I don't think it's gonna make a meaningful enough difference that we're gonna want to like save scum back to it. Let me grab my phone, which is charging across the room. Yeah, I'm back. Let's look this up really quick because that's a thing that we've learned. Also, the dogs barking. Okay. It does say you can give the data pad. Also that there do seem to be dialogue options that can proc persuade. Anyway. Hysterical. But yeah, it does appear that we can get some dialogue options that will cause persuade checks that we have to try to pass. But we did not get those, so... Not truly sure which one's proc. Alright. Oh. Yeah, let's go in here. Okay, well, at least the young people escaped. Apparently you can just tell them to shoot each other and they will do it. So... Dex was not wrong. We could just pick an option where they kill each other. Not that creepy ruins. This is our last major quest here, before we can get off this rock. Hello, Roy. What language is that? What are you trying to say? Bastila, do you have any idea what this droid is saying?
I think the droid is trying to communicate with us by cycling through a variety of languages.
Like these goggles, they look incredibly silly.
The droid can probably understand us. The only problem is it may not have been programmed with the phonemes of a language we can understand.
I can reproduce any of the languages spoken by the slaves of the builders. Hey, I understood that one.
I recognize this language as well. It's an archaic variant of the Selkath dialect spoken on Manaan. Why would a droid on Dantooine be programmed to speak ancient Selkath?
Communication was vital to ensure the slaves constructed the temple according to the wishes of the builders. You are not of the slave species, neither are you of the builders. You are like the ones who came before.
The Dark Lord and Malik likely encountered this droid when they explored these ruins.
You some type of guardian? I am the Overseer. The builders programmed me to enforce discipline among the slaves while this monument to the power of the Star Forge was constructed. Bastila aura farming, yeah. At project completion, all slaves were executed. I was reprogrammed to serve should a builder return in search of the knowledge of the Star Forge. How long have you been here? My chronological circuits have marked over 10 full revolutions of the system's outermost planet around the sun since the builders left.
10 revolutions would take more than 20,000 years. If this is true, then this droid is nearly 5,000 years older than the Republic itself. There must be some mistake.
There is no mistake. The builders constructed my chronological circuits using the technology of the Star Forge itself. My calculations are infallible. Who are these builders? Builders are the great masters of the galaxy, the conquerors of all worlds, the rulers of the infinite empire, and the creators of the Star Forge.
These builders must have been an extinct people. Though it is strange, there's no record of their existence. Even the archives of the Jedi Academy make no mention of them. In the years before the Republic, the Hutts were a dominant force in the galaxy, but they never constructed an empire. In fact, I know of no species that would fit with this information.
Something must have happened to wipe the builders out. The Empire of the Builders is infinite and everlasting. None can stand against their might and the power of the Star Forge. What is the Star Forge? Star Forge is the glory of the Builders, the apex of their infinite empire. It is a machine of invincible might, a tool of unstoppable conquest. You don't really know what it is, do you? The Star Forge is the glory of the Builders, the apex of the infinite empire. It is a machine of invincible might, a tool of unstoppable conquest. He's really hyping up the Star Forge, Artemis, but he doesn't actually know what it is. Me when I make shit up.
The Star Forge sounds like some type of weapon, perhaps. In fact, it could be anything.
Could it have been a factory or a weapon planet?
Maybe. That might explain how the Sith were able to amass a fleet so quickly. But I suspect the Star Forge is more powerful than a mere factory. Maybe the droid has more information we can use. It seems to respond to you. Perhaps you should ask it something else.
Tell me about Revan and Malak, the ones who came before us. The ones who came before you, the ones like you, not builders, but not slaves, sought knowledge of the Star Forge and its origins. They proved themselves worthy. They discovered the secrets of the Star Forge locked beyond the sealed door behind me. There was another who failed to unlock the secrets and paid the ultimate price. Not Nemo, dead on the floor. Look at him there.
Talking about poor Nemo. The council sent him here to investigate, and it cost him his life.
How can I prove myself worthy? Enter the proving grounds to the east and the west. Within them, those who understand the will of the builders can unlock their secrets and open the doors. But those who fail will be destroyed by the power of the temple itself. More than this, I am not programmed to say. Yeah, Lamau, not Nemo, lying completely dead on the floor. What the fuck?
And uncovered the secrets of the Star Forge. Now Malak is using the Star Forge to fuel his conquest of the Republic. We have to find out what they uncovered. We have to find a way to unseal these doors to learn more about the Star Forge. The Republic is
Not the Republic, depending on us. Alright, we're gonna do it. We're in it to win it. Not poor Nemo. Dead. Oh, but we can take his stuff. Alright, what's behind door number 1? Droids. Droid gonna attack me? Not very well, but it is going to try. Oh my god, he's flying! Actually, that's Bastila doing that. Oh god, we're on fire! Droid is surprisingly difficult to hurt. The droid is shockingly resistant. Damage. It's not really killing us. But I'm not really killing it either. Hey, sheesh. That thing was just annoying. Wreckage. What's in the wreckage? Droid stuff. Neato. Okay. Well, we're gonna save after that, because that was a fiesta. Ancient terminal. Alright, the ancient computer hums and throbs. You approach it, its screen flickers to life, and a stream of incomprehensible characters scrawl across it. Talk to the computer. Computer goes silent, its screen blank. A few extremely unusual characters and appear on the screen. Insert your datapad into the receptacle. The computer seems to be interfacing with your datapad. The screen goes completely blank, then more familiar characters begin to appear on the screen. Ooh, it's trying to learn. Talk to the computer. Computer goes silent again, humming softly. It seems to be processing data from your datapad. Datapad is released from the receptacle and the machine goes silent for a moment before flickering to life again. Data interpretation complete. Language analysis complete. Continue. Interrogative. Identify the 3 primary life-giving seed world types. So, like, was Nemo not able to get the computer to talk to him? Because this question seems pretty easy. Identify the 3 primary life-giving. So it's going to be oceanic, grasslands, arboreal, because it's sure as hell not volcanic and barren, and I would say desert is a life-giving, but not primarily a life-giving, compared to oceanic, grasslands, arboreal. Oceanic, grasslands, arboreal. GG, easy. I'm a genius, actually. So either Nemo... Well, surely Nemo couldn't hack it on the combat. Maybe Nemo was not very smart. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess let's see. Can we walk up to this droid? Will it attack us by default? Yeah, okay. It does. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna try to disengage a little bit from this thing. I want an ion grenade. Oh, it's laser. Yeah, it's freeze beaming me. I do want to see if I unfreeze if I can grenade it. That did actually do good damage. Let's go, Bastila. Let's continue to disable the droid. Yeah, the freeze ray is an incredibly annoying thing, Artemis. There we go. Alright. Grenade really did a work on that guy. Surely this is just going to ask us what are the 3 other world types. Let's use the ancient terminal. The ancient terminal hums. Let's talk to it. Insert our data pad. Talk to it. Identify the 3 primary death-giving seed world types. That's gonna be desert, volcanic, and barren. Planetary type conducive to death, breaking the death seal, not the life and the death seal. Wow, what are the murder kill zones? Yeah, so like, my brain says surely what happened is Nemo simply could not kill those droids, and like one of them just murked him, right? Because like the puzzle was not challenging, but the droids sure were. You have proven yourself worthy. The sealed door is open. If you wish to learn the secrets of the Star Forge, you must pass through the door to the room beyond. Cool. Absolutely, that droid was really just like, get those guys. Yeah. Star Forge away. Not that little dog. Le barking.
How can I help? Dantooine is a peaceful and I find it a tranquil. Then I suggest we move.
Yeah, what do you want? I was one of the best.
Wondering if you had any more
warriors on
war
the planet
stories.
Ordo in my time. No one before me had mastered the power of our basilisk war droids as quickly as I had. Except Mandalore himself, of course. In those days, we were sweeping across the Outer Rim, destroying all who fought us. Young Mandalores would prove themselves in real combat.
Not them little dogs barking.
Worlds. Each brought back stories of his achievements.
If that, I will go get that little dog, if that keeps up. 1 second. Alright, I'm back, but I'm now holding this little dog. Because apparently the yip yappers are out in full force. You are correct, Artemis. She's just sitting in my lap, though. She's like, what are we doing? Oh my god. What's happening? Alright, young Mandalores proved themselves in real combat with unknown opponents of 1,000 worlds. Each brought back the story of his achievements. What was your story?
I remember it well, orbiting high above a placid world, its defenses just stirring. As was tradition, I would go ahead of the first wave to find enemies in the thickest fighting. I remember sitting there in my armor, linked directly with the basilisk thrumming beneath me, my heart racing with fear of the coming battle.
I didn't think Mandalorians got afraid.
Every new warrior has to fear to understand how to beat it. You must know that. The doors opened in front of me, and the air was sucked out of the drop bay, scattering crystals of frozen vapor across my path. I can't describe what it feels like to look directly down at a world, falling continuously as you circle it, with barely 15 centimeters of armor plate protecting you. When the magnetic locks disengaged on my droid, I plunged out of the drop bay towards the battle that waited below.
Those droids sure are something.
The exhilaration, the euphoria I felt as I streaked into the atmosphere, dodging self-guided projectiles and beam weapons, was unmatched. An 80-kilometer plunge through the atmosphere, dodging and weaving, the outside of my armor glowing like the sun with the heat of re-entry. And with barely 30 meters to spare, I twisted and skimmed the surface, firing at the giant beam generators that were in my path. The explosion from that sent shock waves that leveled the entire complex around it. It was the moment of my life.
That was some fight.
I'll never forget those times. But things are different now. We can't go on fighting the way we did. There are too few of us left now. But I really don't want to talk about this anymore. I trust I've satisfied your curiosity for now. Is there something else you want to know? Your choice. I'm here if you want something done right.
Silly Canderous. Being a Mandalorian. Ooh. The ball machine. Ooh. Ah.
This must be what Revan and Malik found when they entered this temple. This must be where their journey down the dark side began.
What are you talking about?
This is a map. Some sort of intergalactic navigational chart. Revan and Malik must have used this to lead them to the Starforge. We could use this map to follow their path and find the Starforge ourselves, but we must be wary. They may have laid traps or concealed what they found.
Is the Starforge exactly?
I don't know, but Revan and Malik were very interested in finding it. It must be a tool of some type, or maybe a weapon. Perhaps the Council can tell us more, but I think this map might be the key to finding the Starforge. Whatever it is. See this world here? This looks like Korriban, a Sith world. And if that's Korriban, then this is Kashyyyk, and Tatooine, and here's Manan. But there are pieces missing. Incomplete hyperspace coordinates, corrupted data, and there doesn't seem to be anything indicating where the Starforge itself might be.
Perhaps. Those worlds have more clues.
I was thinking that too. This map can't take us to the Starforge. I know that Revan and Malik visited Korriban at least once. Perhaps they discovered something more there. They may have found something on each of the other worlds that completed this map. Maybe if we find all the pieces, they'll lead us to the Starforge, and some way to destroy it. We must inform the Council of what we've discovered. They must decide our next course of action, though I suspect our task has only just begun.
Yippee. Not poor dead Nemo, who truly did not need to die. Not Canderous getting stuck back there. So funny that this dog was just like non-stop yipping and yapping, and then I grabbed her and now she's like, oh god, why is this dog choosing violence? And we got 2 steps out of that before that Cathound just ran full sprint at us. It was waiting right outside for you guys. What the fuck? It really was. Do a flip. I would think now that we have defeated the, what's it called? Or that, because I want to say that Juhani was the cause of why those dogs were going bananas. Alright, let's talk to this guy who speaks the best English, according to Vex. Weaponry it is, and weaponry I have. What is it you would like from me this fine day? Alright, show sell us. Let's sell him some stuff. We're gonna sell him this light battle armor. Vibro double. Some of these blasters, the heavy blasters. Blaster carbine, disruptor. Sonic. One ion. Sell bars bowcaster, that'd be rude to sell. We'll hold on to a lot of that stuff for now. We'll sell these mines we've recovered. Armor reinforcements. That's good. We just don't have an upgradable armor yet. Picked up a lot of droid stuff. Cool. Talk to John.
Have you found the Mandalorian raiders yet?
Fought and killed the leader.
Thank you, young master. My daughter can now, I think, rest in peace. Here is the reward I promised you.
There is no need for a reward.
No, please take it. This pitiful amount will never be enough for what you have done for me. Again, I thank you. I will be sure to tell the council of your great deed.
Hey, we got a light side point. And we got the money anyway. Let's go. We did the right thing and we got paid? Not Bastila wanting to talk.
How can I help?
You look like something's bothering you.
No, not bothering me. Not exactly. I've been thinking about what the Jedi Council said about the two of us. There is a bond between us. I do not dispute that. I can feel it, as I'm sure you can. The nature of that bond and its effect on our mission remain in question.
Doesn't the bond mean my presence is necessary? I don't believe in this bond, regardless of the Jedi Council. I still don't understand the bond. We're gonna do the last one.
Our fates are strongly connected. So connected that a literal bond has been forged between us. I saw your service records when you were transferred aboard the Ender Spire, but nothing beyond that. I know very little about you. I'd like to ask you some questions, given our relationship.
Gay people? Not in 2005. Artemis, didn't you know gays weren't invented then? Lesbians weren't real. Okay, I'll answer a few questions.
These are simple questions. Nothing too intrusive. First, what kind of background do you have?
I'm a Hutt in human form, plotting to overthrow the Republic. Nothing extravagant. I'm a soldier.
Good. On which planet were you born?
Aurelia. It's in a remote system. Why? Kachik, I'm a Wookiee, can't you tell?
Excellent. Your current age is?
Now we're gonna rage bait a little bit. We've answered nicely twice, but Lamau sassy ass answers. Why are you asking these questions? Get time to be a little troll.
I see you intend to be childish about this. I guess I won't get anywhere continuing our discussion right now, will I? I suppose I'll have to speak to you again later. Hopefully you'll be a little more mature.
Lol. Lamau. The bond you share with Bastila share, she's extremely interested in learning more about your character. However, you get the sense there's something that she isn't telling you. Oh, Lamau.
How can I help? I do? How did you...
Where your face is all scrunched up like a Kinrath pup. Educated guess from the way you keep scaring. Small dog is like fidgety now, but still just sitting. Educated guess.
I'm a Jedi. I am far too disciplined to betray my emotions with outward physical displays. We both know the real reason you have some idea of what I'm thinking, the bond we share.
I don't think so, Basila. Far too disciplined to betray my emotion with outward physical displays. The most rage-baitable character is like, I'm so stoic, you totally can't tell anything about me.
Our connection allows us glimpses into each other's mind. We can feel some of what the other feels, and what I feel within you troubles me. A Padawan must receive considerable training. They must learn to control their emotions and darker impulses. Often it takes years before you...
It's nice that she thinks that, lol. Yeah.
The fact that you are so strong in the Force and have had such relatively little training could have terrible consequences. For you, and for everyone around you.
You could warn me when I do something bad. Blink once for dark side, twice for light. What do you think I should do? I don't think mastering my emotions is necessary. And you could warn me when I do something bad. The fact that you're so strong in the Force and have such relatively little training could have terrible consequences for you and everyone around you.
No, self-control is a maxim for all Jedi. It's what gives us the strength to resist the dark side. All who have fallen from our order have shown a flagrant disregard for such control. Thankfully, you've exhibited a degree of compassion and self-control up to this point. I sincerely hope you can maintain these traits in the future. We must all resist the influence of the dark side.
Uh-oh, small dog.
This is doubly important for you, with your natural affinity for the Force.
Why are you getting so upset?
I'm sorry if I come across as harsh, but I am concerned. For you, for our mission, and for myself as well. Our destinies are intertwined. Everything one of us does will have consequences for the other. Any reckless behavior on your part is likely to affect me as well.
I won't do anything to hurt you. It works both ways, doesn't it? You could help me stay strong. You're just worried about yourself then. I'll pick the first one.
I believe you truly mean what you say, for now. But sometimes it is not so easy to keep such promises. Your power could be a gift or a curse. When you need guidance, or advice, or support, I will do my best to help you stay on the path of the light.
I don't need your help. I doubt I'll be a risk to the mission. I would appreciate any help you could offer. I don't know which one I want to pick here. Doubt I'll be a risk to the mission. I appreciate any help you could offer. This will be nice.
I only hope I have the wisdom to help you through the dark times. But for now, return to the mission.
Look at this dog. Look at this dog. She's being a problem. Ugh, slowly sliding. Ugh. 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 She simply wants to roam the halls and bark. Okay, I'm gonna let her go. And we're gonna see if she can behave. But we're gonna hear barking in like 5 minutes, so... Sorry about that. Alright. Get up. Tell this dog the freedom it craves. Goodbye, Daisy. Goodbye. Be free. Nobody's home right now. It's the dog problem. Whoops. There we go. That's why the little dogs are barking. When nobody's home, they get like really restless. All right. Let's go. What's up, Juhani? Goodbye, Juhani. Go talk to the council. We did the things.
Ah, you have returned, young Padawan. Have you discovered what it was that Revan and Malak sought in those ruins?
No. Didn't find anything. What a weird lie. I found an incomplete star map and mention of something called a star forge.
Star Forge is disturbing. Action is required, but we must not do so in haste.
Ugh.
We must discuss recent events in light of this new information.
We should consult the Jedi archives to see if there's any mention of the Star Forge and what it might do. We must learn why Revan and Malak sought it out.
Return to your ship with Bastila, and we will summon you when we are done.
Okie dokie.
Padawan, you have done well in discovering the star map hidden within the ancient ruins. But there is more you must do in the battle against Malak and the Sith. We Jedi know victory over the Sith will not come through martial might. The Council has a mission for you, Padawan.
I've consulted our vast archives in an effort to discover the nature
And
of the
there we
Star
go.
Forge, but all my efforts have been in vain.
Not the
Still, the
yappers.
Council are in agreement. The Star Forge must be found. Revan and Malak sought it out when they began their tragic fall. The Star Forge is surely a powerful tool of the dark side.
Not the powerful tool of the dark side.
Showed you 4 planets.
Me when I lie.
It did not show the location of the Star Forge itself. We believe there may be similar star maps on other planets. Each star map is likely a small piece of a larger puzzle. Find the star maps on Kashyyyk, Tatooine, Manan, and Korriban, and we believe they will lead you to the Star Forge.
Ooh. Sounds like a suicide mission to me. Nah, I'm ready to do the Council's will.
The Jedi numbers have been ravaged by this war, by defections to Malak's cause, and by Sith assassins. But we realize the importance of this mission. Yet if we send a company of Jedi Knights with you, we would surely draw the full attention of Malak and the Sith, dooming your efforts to
The
fail.
little yaps. To undertake this task alone.
Secrecy is our best defense against the Sith. But it would be foolish to send you on this quest without someone to aid you, young Padawan. Bastila will accompany you, for there is a powerful connection between you two. A connection that might be the key to unraveling the mysteries uncovered by Revan. And Juhani has also asked to accompany you. After long
Oh,
deliberation,
I hear somebody getting home.
we have granted her request.
Johanny nearly fell to the dark side. Perhaps her presence will serve as a reminder to you of the dangers of that path.
Great, Bastila and the Catwoman. Anyone else you want to stick with me? Gals being pals, as it were. Yep. Well, me and my best friend Bastila.
Of course, those who aided you on Taris will also come. They possess skills you may find useful in your quest. Remember that secrecy and discretion are paramount to your success. You will not be able to hide the fact that you are a Jedi, nor should you. But the true nature of your mission must not reach Malak's ears. You may return here at any time. Dantooine will be a sanctuary for you, a safe haven. Here you can find supplies and whatever advice or other aid we may give you.
When do I leave?
You can leave whenever you wish. The sooner the better. The longer you wait, the stronger Malak becomes. But first, a warning, young Padawan. The lure of the dark side is difficult to resist. I fear this quest to find the Star Forge could lead you down an all too familiar path.
The fate of the galaxy is in your hands, young Padawan. We pray you are up to the challenge. May the Force be with you.
Let's go. We did it. Yippee. Quest for the Star Forge. Juhani is joining us. Still hanging out where she was, or did she go to our ship? Hmm. Hmm. Well, suppose we are largely ready. I think we will go ahead and call it here. Padawan, a word, if I may. There are many rumors about your most recent meeting with the Jedi Council. There is talk that they are sending you on a mission to help us against Malak and the Sith. How do you know the Council gave me a mission? I saw you going into the Council chambers. You were in there for some time. I naturally assumed the Council had given you a task to perform. Please understand that I'm not asking you to reveal anything that could endanger the Order or the Republic. Whatever task the Council has given you is for your ears, not mine. I only wanted to wish you well and to warn you to be careful. There are many evils out there, many dangers. The Sith are not the only minions of the dark side. What are you talking about? Master Doric has been training me to succeed him as chronicler here in the Academy. In my studies, I have come across tales of creatures that are born of the dark side, monsters of pure evil. Worst of these abominations is the Terentatek, a beast that feeds on the blood of those who are strong in the Force. Over the centuries, many Jedi have fallen to their ravenous hunger. What makes this creature so dangerous? The Terentatek is a predator, and we Jedi are its prey. They are incredibly strong with a primal cunning. They have an inborn resistance to the Force. There are some who believe the Terentatek is a monster bred by the ancient Sith and spread through the galaxy. To defeat a Jedi, fortunately the Terentatek is quite rare. They only dwell in the most dangerous and dark places. In fact, one has not been seen in nearly 40 years. And why are you worried about them now? This is not the first time the Terentatek have vanished from long periods of time. Many believe they can lay dormant for years, only to rise and hunt when the power of the dark side waxes full. I fear Malak's rise may have woken these creatures from their dormant state. Once the Sith are beaten, I would not be surprised if the Council organizes another great hunt to try and exterminate them. Great Hunt? What's that? Great Hunt was organized by the Jedi Council shortly after the war against Exar Kun. Jedi were scattered throughout the galaxy, helping to rebuild from the devastation. Many Jedi vanished during this period, disappearing from a variety of worlds without warning. We did not know that they had been slain until their mutilated bodies began to be discovered. The Council investigated and discovered that the Terentatek were behind the killings. It was decided the galaxy had to be purged of these insatiable monsters, but the cost proved high. Cost? What cost? Many Jedi banded together and journeyed to the planets that were suspected of harboring the Terentatek. The Great Hunt did not rest until all the creatures had been slain, or almost all. There are still rumors of Terentatek on the planet of Korriban, a dark world some believe to be the birthplace of the Sith. That is where Exar Kun was corrupted during the First Sith War. They never went to Korriban. The Council, fearing more Jedi might fall to the dark side, declared the Great Hunt was officially over. The 3 Jedi were appointed to continue the work. Why? What was so special about those 3? The Jedi chosen to continue the hunt on their own were Duran Keldroma, Gunhan Saresh, and Shayla Noor. These 3 shared a powerful bond, and each of them was devoted to the light. The Council felt that together they would be able to defeat any Terentatek they found, and by supporting each other they could resist the temptations of Korriban and the lure of the dark side. But none of the 3 survived. Their master felt them become one with the Force when they left this world. He believed they were slain by one of the monsters they sought. The Council felt it was too dangerous to send anyone in search of their remains, and the exact fate is not known. So let their deaths serve as a warning to you, Padawan. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. Final warning to Padawan, do not underestimate the Terentatek. If you do, you may suffer the same fate as those who disappeared after the Great Hunt. Neato, dude. That's cool. Surely this is not gonna, like, come up and be important to our plot at all. This weird guy just like suddenly deciding, I gotta tell you about this cursed creature that haunts the galaxy. No one's seen it in 40 years, but I'm gonna tell you about it right now because reasons. He do be lore dumping in the hallway. He really do be lore dumping in the hallway. In here. I don't think I ever spoke to these guys. Congratulations. I understand congratulations order. You've decided to join the Jedi rank then file. Jedi Eve. Another fresh-faced apprentice ready to leap into the Jedi training with both feet. Well, best blah blah blah. Always good to see another ally in the fight against darkness and corruption. What do you have against the Circuit Court? Half the galaxy are right in. They're at everything they can order to keep everything getting foothold in their territory, extortion, bribing officials and government diplomats, not to mention driving up prices on essentials like food and water on distant colonies. I've heard stories of them letting people starve to death because they couldn't afford their jacked up prices, and since they've thrown themselves in with the Sith, things have only gotten worse. You mean they're allied with Sith, so they're tangled up in an expensive war with the Republic? They need supplies, equipment, and resources. A lot of opportunities for a company with no morals like Circuit Corp to make some major profits. Malik has given them exclusive trading rights wherever the Sith have control. It's bad enough they're helping to finance the Sith war effort, but I've heard rumors of even worse stuff. Slaving, pillaging planets with their resources, genocide of indigenous species. Sith and Circuit Corp seem like a perfect match to me. I'll listen to me going on. Yo, what you got for sale, bro? Anyway. Anasiki's blade. You got some, like, legendary weapons here, too. Jurgen Kalta's assault rifle. Stealth +8? That's crazy. That's a good one. Immunity to poison. Oral amplifiers. Infiltrator gloves. And a strength enhancer. All saves +2, strength +2. That's really good. It's really expensive. Cool. I guess. I'll take that guy. See what you got in stock. Okay, you sell droid equipment. Cool. Alright, actually, one last thing. We're gonna run back, we're gonna fix our lightsaber, then we're gonna save, and we will go to play our League of Legends game. A very League of Legends of us. But I do like me a red lightsaber, so we are going to be red lightsaber people. Make this one a blue. Let's take our main one, and we will make it a red. So we have a 25% chance for 6-second stun, or we can do damage +1 to 6, attack +1. Our other crystal doing. I think we're going to change off the Bondar, and we're going to change to this. Give us more chance to hit symbol. We're going to look at Bastila's. And we're going to give Bastila the stun one. The reason we're going to give Bastila the stun is because Bastila swings so much more than us. I actually think it's better to have her stun. Oh, don't mind me, Jedi Council, running by with my now red lightsaber. That's none of your business. Nobody should be worried about that. Do not be concerned. Nothing to see here. I just like to be amusingly evil looking, despite the fact that we're actually, like, so cartoonishly nice to people. Making your lightsaber red immediately after the council was like, I fear you may fall to the dark side is really funny. It is really funny, right, Artemis? Again, we're so much more... And we also hang out with Canderous. We have... Bastila's like, I'm worried about you. And it's like, Bastila, you have less light side level than I do. Hello? Bastila? Hello? Alright. Let's go back over here. I'm sorry, Bastila, you're technically more evil than me. That's exactly the case here, right? Alright, let's switch back to the desktop. Alright, let me put us on desktop. Turn this off. And we'll switch headsets. Back to this one. And we'll go click the League button. Go edit our stream info. Get us on the League of Legends. And then, actually, while League of Legends launches, run to the bathroom really quick. And I'm gonna run some ads while I'm gone. So, be right back, and then we will play our games. Yippee! We're back! And League of Legends launched in that time. Good job, League of Legends. And some new skins. Project Quinn. And Rain Shepherd Ivern. Two skins we deeply do not care about. We got some more loot open, I guess. And a new chest. Oh, hey, we got a misfortune skin. It's a good misfortune one, too. Fortunately, we already own these. Be cool if re-rolling like 3 misfortune shards guaranteed us a misfortune skin. Project Command Line Yi. Interesting. What's in the prestige store really quick? Not that we're gonna buy anything here. 147 prestige money. What's a misfortune skin you don't have you'd want? I guess I'd just say that like I'd rather get misfortune skins. That's a cool chroma. But let's look really quick. Misfortune, misfortune, misfortune. I'd take Battle Queen. I don't actually own Battle Queen. Take Porcelain, even though I don't think I'd really want Ruin. Pajama Guardian would be fine. There are misfortune skins that we'd take. Alright. Let's queue up for our game. We're at level 31 on this battle pass. Very exciting. We're almost to the Shaco skin we don't actually care at all about. How very fun for us. Rolled like all 80 carries and Vagar. We'll play Jinx or Sivir. I think I do better on Jinx, usually. Sivir's an interesting champion. Kind of a tough time for me. We'll do Press, we'll do Triumph, we'll do Alacrity, then we'll do Overgrowth, Bone Plating are fine. We question whether Presence is actually better because mana. Do Presence. This champion does really run out of mana. There's a chroma for this skin. I actually don't even know what the chroma is. Yeah, it's Jinx time. Let's go. It's Junks time. All right.
Let's get this sparkle party started.
All right, so annoying champions, but not a lot of. We do be Jinxin', Vex. Do indeed be Jinxin'. AP Jinx time? Not today, unfortunately. Ooh, we got him. If you'd like to join for a game, Vex, you are invited, but we do be Junxin'. Oh, we're dodging. And getting those two. Let's go! Hooray for us! Aha, direct hit. Yeah, no problem, Vex. We got him. Nope, slightly crooked aim right there. Not the poke. Well, we got a kill there on the Viego, so that's good for us. Not the dead people.
What do you think? Mercy or mayhem?
Oh, we got a hit on Karma there. Whoa! That was unfortunate for us. We do complete our item before... That's good. We're gonna go big crit this game. We might be able to kill this. Gotta go!
Pandemonium with a purpose.
Alright, we're getting kills. We're doing things. Not that rat Viego.
Sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind. That was easy.
Am I playing well? Not really. Sometimes my champ just gets a bunch of kills. I feel like I'm doing a particularly bad job of clicking on stuff, though. This game. Actually... Whoa, I'm dead. Alright, anyway, we're gonna go boots here. We're gonna go the next part of our eye edge. And maybe we get out there. No, we don't get out there in time to defend this. This one's going. Alright. Well, we died, but they're basically dead too. Okay, I guess the guy wasn't there. Good to check, though. Ooh, come on the way, friends. No. Hey, we got that guy though. At least we got one. Got the next two pieces of edge. After this, we're gonna start getting our attack speed, and we'll really start to shred this team. They don't have really a lot of resistance for what I'm going to be doing soon. Alright. I think we're just gonna get killed by Karma here. Yeah, figured that was happening. Our hope is that our team gets some hits in on the turret. We're gonna buy this. Then we're gonna start getting attack speed, finally. Very exciting. They don't have any armor yet, so... Said at this point, we're gonna really start to do some damage. Oh, or we're gonna get hit with a lot of poke right there. That was unfortunate. But we're back. Uh-oh. We're gonna get Viego'd. It was mostly Karma that killed us. Sivir is getting kind of messed up. I'm not good enough. You carry this. Alright, well, we chewed through that right there. We will get this tower. I kill towers incredibly fast. Okay, so we'll get here. Then we'll start to build our armor penetration item. In my search for places to live, I have discovered that Toronto has an avenue road. That's pretty random. Does Avenue Road look like a nice place to live? Oh, we got blasted there. I think we'll actually pivot. We'll start to build lifesteal here. Just taking a lot of magic damage from this Karma. I can't tell because I didn't put any pictures. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. A Nocturne getting hit by that right there basically got us all killed. Too bad he couldn't dodge. Ripperoni. We'll honor this guy for trying. Yeah, I'm not good enough on 80 carry. Basically what happens is if I get 80 carry, I'll play it well enough that, like, I'm useful to my team, but I don't play it well enough to carry my team if they're not winning. If they're not doing well, I'm not good enough to make up for that. So we try, but wasn't a whole lot we could do on that one. Unfortunately. Again, not because there wasn't a whole lot of we could have done, but just because I'm not good enough to do it. At least not on Jinx either. Imagine one's gotta have mad skills to carry your team. Yeah, you just gotta play your champions better, but I'm like mostly a mage player is the problem. And I don't play LeBlanc of all the mages, so that doesn't really help us that much. None of these champs are really champs I want to be playing. So we're gonna do Tristana. Or someone's gonna dodge. But like, there are definitely champs Artemis where I feel like I can actually carry. It's definitely not these two. Jax and Pantheon. Aurelia's maybe one. I'm not the best Aurelia, but I'm actually pretty decent, and I think I can pop off after a little while on this champ. We're gonna do Conquer, Alacrity. Here we will do, not Conditioning, we want Second Wind. Better than fucking Jackson Pantheon, that's for sure, yeah. Do we have an Aurelia we'd rather be? Not really. Nightblade or Aviator? I'm a Nightblade enjoyer since they changed it. I enjoy this edgy Aurelia skin. Yeah, it does look snazzy. It's a fun one.
Military tech. Fuck.
Okay. I think this one's a good one. I think this is a game where they've drafted a comp that we beat.
Let them come. This land will be their graveyard.
I actually think we stat check this comp after a while because they've drafted 5 magic damage oriented champions. That makes our itemization giga simple because we can just build magic resist and tank and we'll become like a nightmare for them to deal with. The Bard is trying to go AD. So like they something, but we got 1 kill. Any kills we get early are kind of concerning for them because I am a dangerous champion. Ooh, kills, very dangerous. we got mad crowd controlled right there. That'll be a thing that happens less to us as this game goes on, because tenacity. And out we go. Alright. We're scaling. We have 4 kills. Very exciting. Oh man, that couldn't have gone worse for them. Oh, we misclicked there. I died because I misclicked. Tragic for me.
Shut down.
But yeah. 6 kills now.
An enemy has been slain. I pledged myself to darkness. It has called in a debt.
I pray its new owner remembers what I taught her.
So we're gonna go for our Ruined King next, and then we are going to go for Spirit Visage, Wit's End, maybe Death's Dance last. Depends on how the Bard's doing. Yeah, but we're almost not the Ruined King here.
Our time is now.
Ow. Right, we've almost got Ruined King now. Like I said, then we're going for magic damage, or magic resistance. Yay!
Their weapons are great. But only yours are swinging.
Got the stun right there. That'll get us Ruined King.
Shut down.
Ow. I really got hit with that ultimate right there. That's kind of crazy. It's a terrible Amumu ultimate. Blowing it on just me. Because I'm threatening to kill them. Anyway. Oh god, we dodged.
Really should have stretched first.
Oh, the stuns were too real. But I really split that fight. And I almost killed that guy. So we're gonna complete Visage, and we're gonna go Death's Dance, I think. We are taking good bard damage, and it will help us here. Okay.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
I am glad to see the spirit blossoms bloom again.
I move to unsung melodies and keeping rhythms.
There is still
Bold play on that guy's part. Stick around there.
Freedom has commanded me.
Yeah, so we'll go Death next. Dance.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Defending caution was my duty.
I will not disappoint. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Are you still listening to this old man's rambling? Get back to fighting.
I am not unfriendly. I am a warm and caring. Yes, catch them on a